dog rang the doorbell. It's so good. Doggy doorbells. Can we get a doggy doorbell? Give me a doggy doorbell. Is there a doggy doorbell? Can I get a doggy doorbell for my cat? Doggy doorbell. Ding dong. Ding dong. It's a smart bell. Mighty Paw smart bell. How do you teach him to use it? He's not going to use it. He's like, I don't know. Yeah, here, you can get in. Here, hit this thing. Maybe you could teach the dog. Okay, use the smart bell. Yep, use the smart bell, right? You just keep telling him, use the smart bell, and you have him paw the smart bell. Like, all right, let me in, right? And I let the door. So ding, yeah. So I want you to use this. Can you teach a dog? Is it possible to teach a dog to use a doorbell? Is it possible to teach a dog to use a doorbell? I can't believe I'm asking this. God damn it. Gotta say it with a straight face. Stop. Is it possible to train a dog to use a doorbell? Yes, it's definitely possible to train a dog to use a doorbell. Typically, a specialized doggy doorbell or bells for potty breaks or to signal they need to go outside. Training involves a consistent step-by-step process of associating the bell with going outside, rewarding any interaction with it initially, and gradually building up the dog, ringing it on their own to signal their needs. Yeah, why not? I'll teach the dog to use a fucking doorbell. Yeah, so then I don't have to worry about it. Yeah. What? He's a good dog. He's a good, smart dog. That dog is fucking brilliant.
And he says, come on.
Yeah, face plant right in the rock. Oh yeah, you gotta love face planting into the rock. It took him out. You are chained to a rocket and you forgot it. Oh, hey, you can hear it go. Oh, what?
And he says, come on.
Oh, face plant into the rock hurts so bad. I hate face planting into rock. Oh, it hurts so bad. Yeah, you're like, not a soft surface, no. Yeah, I'm kind of stunned and
Are you sure?
yeah, it hurt like fucking. I'm gonna feel it for like 3 weeks, but yeah, I'm probably fine. Probably fine. I can't believe you fell afterwards. You're so dumb.
Sure.
That rock is like a fucking is like a hazard. Okay, getting a phone call. BRB. Yes. I am sorry, guys. I've got to step away here for like 15 minutes or something like that. So I'm going to pause the stream. I'm sorry, pause the recording. Gold. There we go. Hi, guys. I love you. Watching some fail videos. I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, that was good. Oh, that was your window? Yeah, it was. I missed this one. Yes! Oh, Giga World. Fucking dumb. That was good. What the hell happened here? What did you do? You... This just shattered your window for some reason. The door put something through the window when you slammed it. Oh, there goes 500 bucks. Oh my god, you fucking moron. Yeah, good job, you fucking jackass. There goes 200 bucks. Good job. There goes 500 bucks. This is why I don't do physical labor. I mean, I do a lot of physical labor, but only for loved ones and family. Did you not see it? Oh, you scared the fuck out of me. Yeah, what? Oh, that's... Oh my god. What is that? It's like a huge snake and it's really coiled up there.
Oh my god, there's a snake. Oh Lord, there's a snake on the front door. I don't know who did this.
Yeah, it's like a rattlesnake, yeah.
Oh Lord. Oh no.
Yeah, that's Yep, just leave it there, just leave it there. Get that squirrel, get him. That dog's too fat. Nope, nope. It's gonna be hilarious, whatever happened. I love dumb, panicky, sheer panicked animals. It actually makes me laugh so bad. What happened here? This squirrel was like, I'll fuck you up, bitch. And he pulled like a ninja, like, the squirrel was like, I'll take you too. The squirrel was like, fuck you and your dog. The squirrel was like, no, I'm not taking this from either of you. The squirrel's like, fuck you. Oh, you want some too? Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll kill you. I was wondering why humans don't react like the squirrel did, because that's how I react. Yes, I love the sound she makes as she falls on her butt. It's so satisfying. Okay. You see her hair? Her hair goes like her hair is actually so funny. Normally when I see a squirrel, I'm like, oh, okay, and I step back, I'm like, okay, you know what, but did I just have sex? You idiot. That's not how you walk. Think about walking before running. What did you learn when you were a child? Oh my god, it's an attack on all fronts. Why are you in that tiny room? Look how small that room is. How did you fit in here? It's a safe and a computer and a fucking like a server and into the garage door, right into it. Shock! Yeah, you fucking idiot. What did you think was gonna happen? You know, I stopped doing dumb shit when I was like 22. I was just like, nope, I'm not riding anymore. No, when I was like 27, really. Yeah, I did something pretty dumb when I was 27, yeah. But when I was 27, yeah, I just stopped doing dumb shit. I was like, oh, I might actually die. Oh, I don't really understand what's gonna happen. It's gonna fall all of it, you idiot. Took all of them down, all 5 of them. The wife's gonna love that. You idiot. Think about where the pool is. Think about what you're doing. Nope. Oh, yeah, that was like a lot of weight suddenly pulling you over. Please, no. At least it wasn't the stone. The stone would have been way, way worse. You're gonna take that wheelbarrow with you? Humans are so dumb. I might watch like 5 hours of fail videos because I kind of hate humans and I really like it when they fail. Oh my god, you idiot. That's not how pools work. Stay away from the pool when you lean some direction. Why do you feel like you need to get out of it fast? Just slow down. It's water. Step out of it and on the ladder. There's a ladder right there, but instead you risk like another goddamn couple broken ribs and maybe like a fucking jammed finger or something as you hop out of this pool. Or you could just sort of step over, get up and out of the fucking thing like a decent like a decent person. Instead, you're like soaking wet. You're an idiot, and now you've crossed over. You probably bruised your knees. Oh, that guy definitely bruised his knee. I called it. Pool-related injuries. How many pool-related injuries in America every year? How many swimming pool injuries in America every year? 6,500 people. The doctors know that the doctors from the pit, they know how dangerous pools are. Don't get a pool. Just jackass stuff happens. Yeah, that's not how that works. Oh my god, that's so much water. You're such a dick. So wasteful. God damn, like 50 gallons of water or something dumb. So dumb. Think about what you're doing. Think about your feet. Think about the terrible heart-shaped pool that you're standing around. Make sure the child isn't behind you when you step backwards. Oh. It's easy to criticize them. She's got a nice butt. Oh. Yeah, that's not how fucking your shaky premise works. What is this? Is it a porch swing? Is it a death sentence? Is it a fall backwards into the yard sentence? Nope, it's a fall backwards into the yard sentence. You're dumb. That's too much weight for this thing. Nope. And down she goes. Nope, that's not how hammocks work, you idiot. Maybe if you just keep forcing it. There it goes, you idiot. That's not how crappy chairs work when you're 300 pounds. Oh no. I learned. I've broken some chairs in my lifetime. Oh, you idiot. How expensive was that? Probably $30 or something. You're so dumb. Build your fucking hammock better, you idiot.
What the heck? Whatever.
You are attached to the door. Think about what you're doing. Yeah. Please don't shatter that wine bottle all over that door. Please don't break that wine bottle. You're such an idiot. Get help. Get help. I'm having a bad time. Get help. You're an idiot. Nope, that's way worse. Yep. You're an idiot. How did you dent your fender? I was outside the car at the time. Are you an idiot, sir? We're an insurance agent. It's illegal to lie to us. He's like, yes. You really did get out of the car, sir? Yeah, I got out of the car. I'm a fucking moron. And they're like, all right, that'll be $100 more a month on your policy. We'll fix it, but it's $100 more. Why are you out of the car? You're such an idiot. It's a. You're such a fucking idiot. I hate you, kind of. You're such an idiot. If I ever had a car, I've only had a few cars in my life, like 5 or 6, I think, and I treated them. I didn't treat them well. I used them like garbage pits full of cigarette packs and fucking Taco Bell wrappers and shit like this. But when I owned them, I cared about them a great deal, and I really thought about where I parked them, and you know, I've definitely totaled 2 cars, but that was because of black ice. It wasn't because of, insurance covered like black ice fails and stuff. Not like anything I did. I've never like crashed into something. No. I've crashed into something because of black ice, but I'm not crashed into something like that was my fault. You are such an idiot. You are sitting in this saddle of, and it's at least one, if not 4 horsemen of the apocalypse for you right now. You're about to lose your track. What do you care about in your life, right? It's going to be your truck, your tractor, your wife, and your dog. Right? And you're a fucking idiot. You're about to lose at least 3, if not the 5 things. Probably yourself too. You probably care about yourself more than anything else because you're obviously like compensating or something here. But yeah, there's like 5 things that this idiot hick thinks about in his life. There's himself, his wife, his dog, his truck, and his tractor. Now, there's 3 of the 5 things at risk right here, but he's gonna sit in the fucking saddle and just wait. He's gonna wait. Maybe God will come and stop the truck from fucking rolling off into the fucking ditch and ruining your tractor, your trailer, and your truck. But no, I'm up out of that seat. I'm scrambling forward. I'm jumping across the cab and trying to reach the fucking and I'm running with the truck to get in the fucking door. Your fat ass is sitting there while you watch 3 of the 5 things that you care about the most destroy into the gutter. Yeah, faster, idiot. Faster. That's not it. I mean, you needed to move faster. He's a lot more of a self-loving individual than I pegged him for on initial. Fat ass is sitting there doing nothing tip. Fat ass is sitting there doing nothing while 3 of the 5 things that he cares about are absolutely, certainly destroyed. Destroyed. Here we go. Yep. Get moving, piece of shit. Move faster. Nope. You didn't think about this. You don't run for the pavement, which is moving slower than you're moving. You move along the thing that you're already on. Nope. I would have just ran along the side of this thing and try not to break my ankles as I steady myself on this thing to try to get into the truck that's moving with me. The pavement isn't moving with you. That's just going to own you. Think jumping out of a train, pretty same principles, And I'm going to think all that really fast as I calculate what's happening. And I'm not going to be like, no, I'm not getting off this thing. I'm moving with it to try to get to the brakes. You went for the pavement because you're an idiot who doesn't deserve the truck, the trailer, the tractor, or the goddamn fucking pavement that you just ate. Nope. Faster, fucker. Faster. Nope. God, I hate humanity. You just wrecked like a $30,000, $50,000 truck. You fucking $10,000 tractor. You're so fucking stupid. You're so stupid. Get some help. Get some help, you fucking muggle idiot. I hate you so much. Why did you destroy my truck, you B-word? I hate you so much. Why did you destroy this $4,000 thing and terrify the dog? You're so dumb. Learn how to use your body. That wasn't it. Your friend's kind of like, learn to use your body because I'm sorry.
What happened?
You didn't learn, you didn't use your, he went running for cover because he knows you're angry and dumb. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's not how stairs work. I have a friend who absolutely is prone to doing this sort of thing. And he was always like, oh, my leg hurts. I fell and I'm out of business for 3 weeks and stuff. Because he would fall down drunk. He would drunkenly fall down the fucking stairs to his trailer. I've done it myself. It's annoying. I've done that before. I took the door. I was like, well, I'm on my way out my front door here at the wrong angle, going way too fast, totally drunk, and I'm about to fall. So what did I do? I took the door option. I grabbed the door. Now, this was wise, but it didn't destroy, but it definitely destroyed the bar off of my screen door, but it did stop me from breaking some bones. I think most muggles are just gonna take the fucking whale, like the face plant into the fucking stone. I'm taking the door. I took the doorway out, which was terrible. Probably wrecked $100 fucking screen door or whatever, $150 screen door, $200 screen door or something. But I mean, at least I didn't break my bones. I value my bones more than the screen door. I don't think these muggles value themselves as they walk on this ice with like 25 pounds in their hands. You know what's going to happen. You're going to break your butt bone as the milk falls on you and you fly backwards. Do you know what happens? I paused it because I knew it was coming. I see the ice and I don't step on it. You see the ice and you go full plant with 50 pounds of groceries. Nope. Fucking moron. Think first before you do it. Bozo. You know, this is like real WoW hardcore. I don't need WoW hardcore. I watch America's Funniest Home Videos. Yeah, that guy fought the stairs. The stair boss won. You're an idiot. Yeah, you fought the stairs. The stair boss won. I hate the stairs boss. I hate it. I'm not prone or known for this. I'm not prone to losing to the stair boss, but these muggles are. Never mind. Nope. That one was unfair. This one was honest. Yeah, you couldn't see this one coming, buddy. I'm terribly sorry. There's just no way. There's no way you would have known. Honestly, it appears that you're trying to actually. Well, no, you are an idiot. You were lazy and you laid the fence siding right outside your front door where people are inclined to go in and out really fast. And you deserve this. On second appraisal, you are an idiot. Yeah, you face planted into the side of a minivan for about 19 feet. I would have stopped around foot 13 or something. You seemed like you were invested in crashing into that. Oh, my shin bone. It's like when somebody hacks your bone with your shin bone with like a hockey stick or something. You're like, right? Okay, you see, no, this is staged. It is staged. You can see she's full blown doing this on purpose. This one was staged. You can see the intent in her eyes. She was intending to beat the garage door. She wasn't intending to trip. Nope. Yep, you fucking idiot. And this is why you don't run up to the door. You walk slowly up to the door because you watched American Home Videos all of your life since you were 12 years old. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. Smarts. Yeah, that's not how you do that.
Yeah, I'm fine.
What were you trying to do? Yeah, that's not it. Oh. And this is why I don't want to be fat anymore. I get scared of these falls. I wasn't scared of these falls. I fell all my life on skateboards and snowboards and all types of shit. Like Jackass on Bam, or like Bam on Jackass and shit like that. I did that shit all my life. I'm good at it. Good at dancing, good at rollerblading, good at skateboarding, good at roller skating. I'm good at all those things despite being a 6'4" dude. I'm good at those things. I'm good. I'm graceful or whatever. But there's this point where I just can't be 300 pounds anymore. I know it's going to break my bones doing stuff like this. And I was like, I have to stop. I was like, I'm going to walk 5 miles every day for the foreseeable future. At least not every day, but at least at least 3-5 times a week, something like that. I walk 5 miles because I'm like, I can't be this fat and fall out my front door or some shit like this. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to break 5 bones. Yeah, it's funny that you didn't break anything. Yeah. Pray to God that you didn't break anything. Because then you got a hospital bill, time in the hospital, which is worse than the bill. Time in the hospital is worse than the bill. Yeah, laugh it up, dummy. You look so dumb. This one was just probably, I don't know. You seem to be backing out of your door. But doors are for walking out of. Back out the door with 5 pounds of shit laden all over your arms and stuff like this. Just go out the front door with 2 or 3 loads. Just, you know, don't take it all at once and back out the front door. Or you get this. And nice vag shot. Nice upskirt, by the way. Yeah, that's your full-blown vagina right there, huh? Wear some panties. Yeah, wear some panties. I'm terribly sorry. That's got to be so ghetto. You look over and there's cobwebs. Oh.
No, I didn't. That's a straight mouth.
Oh, I love making fun of muggles. I'm such an incredibly mean person when they aren't in the room with me. When they're not in the room with me, I'm such a nice person. Actually, I really am. I'm like a nice person. I actually am. Like when I'm around you, I'm a nice person. I'm full of etiquette and full of shit. But I mean, like, you know, but I am a nice person when I'm around people. I have good etiquette. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry I did that or whatever. Oh, I'm so sorry or whatever. I'm so, like got a lot of etiquette and stuff. But when the muggle's not in the room with me and it's pre-recorded footage, I don't give a shit what their feelings are, and I'm incredibly mean to them. You jackass, it's a front doorstep. You seem to think this is a fucking gymnasium. You idiot. Yeah, that's not it. Maybe instead of carrying 50 pounds of shit, just take a couple of trips. Like, I know I look lazy when I move around places because they can see me loping along like a cowboy, making 2 or 3 trips to do something. Moving real slow, being like, my body's sore because I'm halfway fat and I'm old or whatever, right? So, yeah, so they're like, so I just don't do the whole I do the whole overlading thing when it's the groceries and I need to prove to myself that I'm a fucking man and I can carry like 75 pounds all at once. And then I think about what I'm doing and I very carefully step along and I'm like, I'm gonna do it. I'm trudging. I'm trotting through the gutter with this 50 pounds of shit. I'm gonna get in the front door or whatever, right? You weren't like that. You were like, I'm going through the front door and I've got 50 pounds of stuff and I'm not thinking about those two things at the same time. I actually think about it first. Yeah. Yeah. You didn't think about this first, and you probably broke a bunch of stuff too. This is why we have return policies and insurance. It's because of idiots. Most accidents can absolutely be avoided. Oh my god. That's just not how you walk, you idiot muggle. Why do you have that huge thing? You should put it down now. You have fallen. You're still carrying it. Put it down now, you fucking moron. This is why I don't like doing physical labor with other people, because my mother like came up. She like came up as like, you know, what I call a micromanager. She likes to micromanage every move that you make, including, like, you know, you might be walking out the front door. She'll talk about your footing. She doesn't care. She's a micromanager. She will tell you how to open that fucking coffee can or whatever. It's insane. It drives me crazy. And I can't handle it. I'm like, I don't need micromanagement to get in my car right now. I'll just say it right to her face. I'm like, she's like, you're moving too slow to get in the car. You need to put your left hand up or something like this. And I'm like, motherfucker, I don't need micromanagement right now. I really don't. It's getting out of my car or whatever. But when I watch this, I begin to understand it. This is probably what I look like to her. Yeah. Just accept it. You ate shit on your own front porch. Yeah, that's not how you walk. Oh, you're lucky you didn't break your toes. The angle that you hit your feet. Yeah, you're like lucky that you didn't break your front toe. Yeah, oh yeah, like that much weight. You put like all 167 pounds on that one toe. It's not too good. You're damn near lucky you didn't break your foot. Oh yeah, you fell right though. Oh yeah, that's 400 pounds moving really fast. Yeah, nope. Oh, you're so lucky you didn't break your fucking knees. You put all 400 pounds onto your knees. Maybe he did. No, he's standing on them. He's fine. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to start your day. Your day. Yeah, no. Think about what you're doing. Watch your feet. Where are they in the relationship to the concrete? Is it slippery? Is it wet? You know, I know. Okay, so my thing is I know people think that I'm autistic because when I walk around, I look at the ground. I look at the ground in front of me. Especially where I live. I live like on a farmhouse where you can step on nails, walk into spider webs, step on a cat or a dog, or, get hit by a moving car, or, something like that, right? So I constantly watch the ground that I walk on, no matter where I am, because I know that I don't want to fucking eat shit as a 400-pound man. I mean, I'm 258 pounds now, but I mean, but in the last year, I've been 400 pounds. So, like, yeah, I just don't want to eat shit like these muggles are. I know I don't, Yeah, that sucked. You're lucky you didn't break your thumbs. It's all fun and games when they walk away from it, but it's because they're lucky. Most people break their fucking thumbs or some stupid shit. They get their bruised bone and they can't walk for 5 weeks. I hope moving that plant to Miracle Grow was worth your fucking elbow. Or whatever you did. Oh, yeah. No, not looking too good. Yeah, that's not it. Oh, wiped out. Wiped out. It happens, buddy. Stand it. Walk it off. Walk it off. Yep, just walk it off. Yep. The ball won't fix it all. Yeah, that's not how that works. That's really soapy water. Think about it first. Yeah, I think that as far as things go, you can fix this in like 5 minutes and it's not really worthy of this video. Oh, that's not too good. Television on her face? No, but maybe the dog? The dog might knock the television over? Come on. No, come on. TV fails. Okay, we got the next subject matter for the video. I'm gonna call my mom. She's drunk, so she's not thinking about it. BRB. Oh no. Oh, his hip. Oh. Nope. Nope. Why were you doing that? Why? Don't stand on it. Don't stand on it. You're so dumb. You deserved it. You're so dumb. Why did you think you looked debonair standing on it?
There's no way that just happened.
Yeah, there's definitely a way.
Oh Lord.
She's your progeny. I know. That embarrassing moment when you realize that you sired this.
Tell Ray.
Yeah, please tell me. Or did you marry it? I don't know, one or the other.
Please tell me I told Ray. Get the Segway. Hey Ron, get me the
Call an ambulance, more like.
Mommy fell off the Segway.
She looking like she'd fall. Yeah, that's your mother. That's your mother.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, man. You want to go help her? You're just standing there. She doesn't love you. She's waiting to see what your response is. And you don't give a shit that she's eating shit. And she's weighing this and she's thinking about it. You're so dumb. I had a weird experience with this in my personal life. where one time, oh God, this story takes half an hour to tell. It's got so many weird twists and turns to it. It's so dumb. But this is a fun story to tell on stream. I'm going to try and do it quickly. I'm called by my friend. He's in Utah cheating on his wife in a motel room. I'm keeping the fucking bullets really short, okay? He's in a hotel room cheating on his wife, and he calls me and tells me that I've got to go up to the house and see how she's doing. She's not answering the phone, as something's wrong. He doesn't want to freak out her mother, but something's wrong. So I'm like, okay. So I go across town on the bus, the RTD bus. I'm like, you understand it'll take me like an hour and a half to take the RTD bus up to your house. And he's like, go do it. I'm worried. I need somebody there who can tell me what's going on. And I was like, okay, no problem. So I go up there. She's wasted. I'm sorry. Well, she's not wasted. She's totally sober, but she answers the door. She's got the baby in her arms. She's having a mental breakdown. She's just freaking out. And I'm like, okay, help you, what's up? I'm sorry, your husband detected that something's wrong. And she's like, yeah, something's wrong. I can't detect what's going on, but something's really wrong. And he's like, yes. And I was like, yes. She asked me, it's like, is my husband cheating on me? And I was like, yes. Sorry, but yes, if I lie to you, it'll make my life worse. I was like, yes. It's so stupid. And this is the second time this has happened to me. And I always answer yes, because it makes my life worse because I'm that selfish kind of. It makes my life worse if I lied to them or whatever. So I'm just like, yes, you go deal with it, whatever. They know that I'm the friend that can't keep the secrets that matter. I can keep the secrets that don't matter really well. But the secrets that matter, I don't like keeping from people, because it usually destroys a relationship or something. So I was like, okay, yeah, your husband's been cheating on you. He's in Utah right now with some whore in a hotel room. Which wasn't fun for me to say. But also, it wasn't fun for me that he was like making me go along with it or hide it or anything like that. So it's also like, it's not too fun for me to hide it. I told her, I was like, it's not too fun for me to hide it, And she was like, no, I get that. And I was like, I am so sorry. And she was like, this is the end of my marriage. And I was like, yeah, it should be. He's a dog. You should stop dating this man. He's a dog. He cheats on you constantly. And she was like, why are you his friend? And I'm like, well, because I don't sleep with him. It doesn't matter to me. If, it matters to me that he lies to all these women, hundreds of women sometimes. But he lies to all these women, but it doesn't affect me unless you put it in my face and demand an answer from me, at which point I say, yes, your husband's a dog and he is sleeping around on you, and I'm terribly sorry. What do I do? What can I do? It's not my fault that he's a jackass and he got caught, or you can detect that he's lying to you or whatever. It's not my fault. I didn't tell him to fucking lie to you or whatever, right? So that was the conversation that we had. It wasn't fun, but I'm that guy that has that conversation with you. I'm really more of a before rehab friend. I'm the guy who breaks it to you or whatever. I'm that guy who isn't afraid of it or whatever. It's so dumb. And so, yeah, so I tell her, and she's like, oh my God. And she was like, I have to go in the other room now for a bit. And she like leaves the other room. And I'm like, okay, I don't really know what's going on, but I'm sitting here in the living room. She's not going to kill herself or whatever. She's got a baby in her arms. I'm probably fine. So I just sit there for like 5 minutes or something. Finally, she comes back. It was like a pregnant 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. And she was like, I just drank an entire bottle of vodka and downed an entire bottle of pills. And I was like, really? Looking her in the eyes, and she's like, yeah, I just drank an entire handle of Skull vodka, and then I pounded an entire bottle of muscle relaxants. And I was like, really? I've done that too. And she was like, yeah, I know you did. And I was like, I've done that too. And she was like, yeah, I just did what you did. And I was like, great. So I was like, well, I'm calling 911. And she was like, no, you won't. She was like, you're going to let me die. And I was like, no, I'm not. I'm calling 911. There's a baby involved. That's what you would want me to do. And she was like, if you call 911, I'll beat the shit out of you. And I was like, fine, beat the shit out of me, bitch. Give me the baby now. And she was like, no. And I was like, you just drank an entire handle of Skull vodka. And I went into the kitchen. I was like, there's an empty bottle of Skull vodka and an empty bottle of pills on the counter. And they are not here. They're not in the trash. They're not all over the floor or anything like that. She's not lying. There's no purse. There's just her, the baby, and some clothes. The pills are gone. I believe her. The vodka's gone. I don't smell it in the sink or anything like this. I'm like, yeah, you actually did it, huh? And she's like, yeah, goddamn right I did it. So I call 911. Right? I call 911 and I'm like, yeah, crazy lady. She just downed an entire goddamn bottle of vodka in the next room. It didn't warn me while she was doing it. She downed an entire like bottle of pills in the next room while she was doing it because I had told her that her husband was cheating on her. All I did was try to help her. I told the 911 operator, I was like, I didn't try to set this up or cause this. All I did was try to help her by letting her know that her husband was cheating on her. And she was like, I understand. The people are coming. There's a firehouse alerted nearby that's 5 blocks away. They're coming. So you know, and to their credit, they did show up in like 7 minutes with a firehouse and a bunch of cop cars and cops and firemen show up and stuff. And she's screaming and the entire time, and I'm having some kind of death battle wager with her that I'm gonna get the baby from her. I'm like, you're gonna give me the baby. And she was like, no, I'm not. And it's my baby. I'm not giving you this baby. I don't trust you with the baby. And I'm like, you're the one who drank an entire handle of vodka. I'm sober. And she's like, no, I'm not giving you the baby. And I'm like, you're going to give me the baby because you know it's the right thing to do. I was saying shit like this. And she's like, no, I'm not. And she was like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut the door. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to tackle you. You're holding a baby and shit. And she's like, no, you're not. And I was like, don't shut the door. Don't lock me out. She's like, that's what I'm going to do. And I was like, you lock everybody out. Don't lock everybody out. And I was like, she was like, I'm locking everybody out. She locked me out. It was so fucking annoying. And I was like, open the door, give me the baby, shut the door again. And she was like, no. And it's like being house or something like this. You're like the voice of reason. You begin to realize that everybody else around you thinks that you're the craziest Johnny Depp drug addict that's ever lived because you lived a life like that. But you're not as crazy or as shitty as them. You're not as good. And then when it comes down to the deep moments where you get busted or your marriage ends or something like that, you're just not as crazy or as shitty as that person who thinks that you're the craziest, shittiest person they've ever met. Because you're a drug addict or you didn't work your whole life or whatever you did, but you didn't do it your whole life, or you know you were a WoW raider for a long time instead of being a real person and stuff. So they think you're this shitty person that does bad things all the time and that you're shittier than them. But she's drunk off a handle of vodka, just downed a bottle of pills, and she's dawdling this baby around like it's a fucking vase, and she's just gonna toss it. It's driving me crazy. And I'm like, give me the baby, give me the baby, give me the baby. You know, it was just terrible. I was like, give me the baby. And she was like, no. And I was like, give me the baby. She was like, if you don't stop saying give me the baby, I'm going to shut the door and lock it. And I was like, okay, fine, shut the door and fucking lock it. What can I do? I have no power in this situation. You are holding a baby hostage. And she's like, no, I'm not. And it's like, yes, you are, bitch. You are. You're holding a baby hostage. I don't like telling this story, but this happened to me. It was so fucking annoying. And so then, and here comes to the point of the story, which is what this particular scene in this fail video reminds me of, right? Is her mother was the first responder on the scene. That was the first family member on the scene. And the cops and the paramedics came and dealt with her and pumped her stomach. And they had her like, you know, they pumped her stomach in the fucking ambulance. And then they brought her back inside and stuff. And they were talking to her about what happened and all this. And her mother finally shows up late because she was like all the way across town in Littleton or someplace, I forget. She gets there, you know, 57 minutes into it or something like that. She's driven across town for 43 minutes. And she believes that she's the first responder there, even though there's like 15 cop cars, 5, you know, she gets there and she's freaked out. She thinks somebody's killed her daughter or the baby's dead or something. She sees like, you know, 2 fire trucks and 3 ambulances and 15 cop cars and shit. And she's like, what happened? And I was like, yeah, I kind of had a confrontation with your daughter. She like kidnapped her own baby against me. You know, it's not like I wanted the baby from her. She just, I didn't want the baby. I told her, I was like, I didn't want the baby, but I wanted the baby to be safe. You know, I didn't tell her mother this, but this was after what happened, right? What happened was her mother comes screaming and running and this was during a blizzard. It was a terrible blizzard. There was snow and all this crazy shit. And her mother comes screaming and running like the movies from the parking lot, you know, a block down. And I see her coming, and I was like, she's okay. Everything's okay. You don't need to run. Calm down. And I'm yelling at her because I can see that the mother's having a panic attack right in front of us and in hysterics. She's like, is she okay? Is the baby okay? She's freaking out. And I watched this elderly lady. She was like, I don't know, 74 or something like that. 72, maybe, about that age. I think she was like 72 or something. She's running full tilt like Usain Bolt, and she's skinny, you know, she's skinny, and she fucking eats shit. She slips on black ice, she eats shit and fucking face plants into a frozen, blizzarded sidewalk and bashes her fucking face and her chest into the fucking ground really hard, kind of like this, and she's just lying there. And I'm like, And this happened. She's running from about a block away. She was running full tilt because she's like, the baby. She thought the baby was dying. And so she was running like full tilt at the age of 74 in the middle of a blizzard. It was blizzarding outside. It was snowing. There was ice and all types of shit. It was terrible. It was terrible timing. It was just terrible. I was like, we can't leave the baby out here. I can't be in there with you. I don't like you anymore. I didn't ever want to talk to her ever again. I was like, it was terrible for me. I was like, I don't ever want to, the things you've said and the things you've done to me, just to me, is enough for me to never want to speak to you again. You're a fucking shithead. I was just like furious with her, and I was mad that she was using the baby like some kind of crazy bargaining piece. And she was also fall down drunk immediately, like inside of a minute. She was like fall down drunk. It was so dumb, and it was so dumb and angry and dumb. It was so dumb. And this is one of my best friend's wives too, and I like her a lot, but she was still, still just dumb. And so her mother face plants, her 72-year-old mother face plants into the sidewalk and draws blood. And I watched the blood. She damn near broke her nose. She definitely had a bloody nose after it. I watched the blood splat as she fucking smacked the pavement running full tilt. And I watched, and I had one of these defining moments in my life where I realized that I'm the only decent person here. Not one of the cops, not one of the paramedics, not one of those fucking first responders, not one of them. They all stood there. There was like 18 of them, and they all stood there. And I realized they were powerless to go help her. So then I'm the one running full tilt. And I'm running about to do the same thing she did. I'm running full tilt. I'm like, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I'm running and I'm screaming. I'm like, are you okay? I'm coming. I'm going to help you and shit. Because she's bleeding. She's like bleeding all over the snow and shit. And goddamn, 13 cops, 5 EMT, and 5 firefighters or something. Goddamn. If I didn't watch fucking all 30 of them fucking stand there and do nothing for 4 whole minutes. Not one of them took a step. Not one of them wanted to help her. Nobody cared that she was bleeding or anything. They were more worried about the baby, to be fair. But still, it was like fucked up. I was the only one who even moved to go help her at all, right? And I remember afterwards, she was like, you're the only one who cared. And I was like, I know I'm the only one who cared. I'm the only good human here. It's so annoying. It happens to me all the time. It happens to me all the time. I'm the only one who cares about the problems here. I'm the only one who cared. I was like, I'm the only one who cared about the baby. I was the only one who cared to tell her that her husband was cheating. I was the only one who cared to run when you smacked the pavement running full tilt and opened up your nose all over the snow. It was insane. Her nose opened up. There was blood everywhere. It was insane. It was just insane. When I watched her face plant, I was like, oh, she's got a concussion or her nose is broken or something. It was insane. That's how hard she hit. And I was running. At that point, I didn't even wait. I was just running. She's fallen. I've got to go. It's an elderly, like it was crazy. You know what it reminds me of? I'm going to pause my recording here. He doesn't care if people around him get hurt. He doesn't care if she's in trouble or she's broken something. He's there laughing at her as she lies there. And in my experience, this whole fucking picture right here sums up the human race for you. After those cops and those EMTs didn't do shit after her mother face planted, and I was like the only one who even took a step. I was like, I'm the innocent bystander. What? And I'm like, I'm playing EMT now. I'm playing psychiatrist for the wife. I'm playing EMT for the mother that just face planted. I'm playing like relationship doctor for the husband, and I'm and all this other crazy shit. And it's like I didn't want all of these hats. I'm just some drunk stoner video game guy. I don't want all of these hats, but this is what humanity always does to me too. It's so annoying. My mother does it to me. Everybody does it to me. I'm the jack off, Johnny Depp, crazy, fear and loathing guy who's done every drug under the planet. I'm really more of a before rehab friend, and I'll say it right to your fucking face. I don't care about my problems or whatever. I don't view them as shortcomings at all, like everybody else did. I like drugs and alcohol. I have no issue with it. And I'm crazy. I've been in so many high-speed chases with the pigs that I didn't get caught for. I've been in so many crazy drug dealer situations I've been strapped up against. I've been fucking had a gun shoved in my face. I've had cops chase me and crazy shit like this, right? And it still doesn't matter. I'm still the better one here. It's so annoying. When I was the only one who ran for the old lady who face planted, I was like, no, something's fundamentally wrong with modern human beings. They just stand there like dumb fucks in shock and they wait for something bad to happen. There is no such thing as first responders anymore. Maybe I think I would be a first responder. I don't know if these people are first responders because like they stood there, and I've seen this a bunch of times in my life. Like my friend Allison, My friend Allison damn near did almost save a bum's life one time, but no, she watched him die because she was the only one who ran. After I saw Allison ran to save that bum's life, when she watched a bum I mean, he did. He got. I mean, no, he got his ass beat to death. We happened to glance over at Tarantula's Billiards when we were young, when we were in a band at like 9:30 at night on a Saturday, and there was like a gang of 15-year-old kids, about 10 of them or something like that, and they fucking stomped a bum to death right in front of us for some kind of initiation on West Side Denver. And my friend Allison saw what was happening, knew what was happening, knew that a human being would lose its life if she didn't move. And I watched her run. I'll never forget. Did you ever? Now I can see the scene in my head. Allison running at the top of her fucking lungs, you know, just running, fucking 15 years old or something. She was so young. She was like 15 years old or something. I fucking love her. She was such a hero. And she ran like fucking Usain Bolt. We were like, what happened to Allison? We didn't even know. And we're like, what the fuck? And we realized something's wrong after about a second, and her boyfriend starts booking off after her. And it was just insane. And we come up, and this fucking gang of kids had beaten a bum to death for no reason. He was lying there bleeding, half dead on the sidewalk. She called 911 on her cell phone. They got down there. They tried to save him, and he died right there on the asphalt while we were standing there. It was so shitty. That's the human race to me. There's Allison running, her teaching the lesson to me to run if somebody's in trouble, me running when somebody's in trouble, and then the fascist first responder pig fuckers who have taken over our country and our world, who don't do shit except middlemen their way and stand there when something bad happens.
Yeah, please be all that.
Like him. He stood there while she fucking, like, look, she ate shit here. This is his mother. It's his mother. She's stupid. She deserves it. Yeah, you deserved it. You deserved it. But this is when I'm running. You understand? I'm like, oh no, and I'm leaning over and I'm like, you're in trouble. You know, I have that white knight in me. These people, they don't have that anymore. You can see it. They're black knight. You know, I don't mean some color thing. I'm talking about some racism thing. I'm talking about like evil. I'm talking about evil, like they're black knight. And I'm not talking about the color of his skin. That's not at all what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like this guy doesn't give a flying fuck. Like those EMTs and firefighters that I saw that day. They don't give a flying fuck when some elderly lady eats shit and fucking smacks the pavement. They don't give a fuck because they're not really human beings anymore. Something about living in this particular society at this level of money or something like this. They just don't give a flying fuck about their fellow man anymore. You can see it. It's common in traffic incidents and shit like this. They don't give a shit about their fellow man anymore at all. It's the country. The country kind of like fostered this. He doesn't give a shit that he just watched his mother eat shit right in front of him. He doesn't give a shit. He's trying not to laugh, frankly. Yeah, look, he looked upwards and he's like, God damn, God must have played a joke on you right there or something. But me, I'm over there crouched next to her. Are you okay? Is something wrong? Did you break something? You know?
No way that just happened.
Yeah, it happened. And you're standing there doing nothing. It's your mother, motherfucker, on the ground. You should go over there and kick her, I guess, huh? With this attitude, you might as well go over there and kick her while she's down.
Oh, Lord.
It is foul. Oh Lord! And that was I don't know which is it. Schadenfreude. There's like some German word for this. It's sour grapes. But I have sour grapes and Schadenfreude about those Denver EMT who sat there and watched that lady smack the pavement, bleeding, and did nothing. They just stood there like, and I'm like running already. I'm like, oh, that old lady needs help. You know.
Please get down, Ray. Please tell me that's all right.
Please tell me you're like getting a phone to call 911 or at least walking over there to ask her if she's conscious. It's a fucking old lady. She fell. You don't give a shit.
Hey, Ron, give me the Segway.
Hey, you want to laugh at her? Hey, come laugh at her. She fell off the porch. Come laugh at her ass.
Yeah.
Send her. She at least still has a heart in her chest that beats. Send her.
I gotta get the ring thing.
Fucking bitch. And I'm talking about you, dude, not her. You're a fucking bitch. Straight bitch made. I hope the mother calls you that the next day. You're straight bitch made. You watch your mother fucking eat shit on the concrete and the fucking sidewalk and grass and shit, and you just stand there laughing and summon the daughter. Like what? This is my problem with humanity. Is why I hate them. That EMT doing nothing. Those EMTs doing nothing. Those firefighters. They're like, yeah, it is their job. When they see an old lady eat shit right in front of them and look up from the ground bleeding, you should start running to go help them. You're an EMT. You're a first responder. But they were like, no, we can't touch her. Oops.
with the
I
authorities throughout the
unpaused.
entire process, and he's still continuing to do his tour. Okay, and apparently the car itself was abandoned, seemingly. The car itself was seemingly abandoned, and it was called in by someone who was walking by in the neighborhood, and that's why it got towed. And I believe there's some details that are all over the place, but like it was initially abandoned and then impounded. Okay, when someone called it in. So what's interesting about it is that like when they see this foul odor, they come in, they figure out that there's a decomposing human remain, but the victim's body had deteriorated to such a degree that it took medical examiners a full week to identify her as Celeste Rivas. Now, Celeste Rivas is a teenager that was reported missing by her family in February and April of last year. But what was confirmed at the time the body was discovered was that the 2023 Tesla Model Y, like I said, was belonging to the up-and-coming singer David. Okay? Celeste Rivas just turned 15. She actually passed away before she turned 15. Her age matters in this situation. So she's like, when people say she is 15, that doesn't tell you the full story. She is a full child, okay, full-blown child. Burke was on tour when the body was discovered, David, and a representative said he was cooperating with the authorities. Police have yet to name a suspect or even a person of interest in the case, nor have any arrests been made. As police continue their investigation, here's everything we know about the shocking case so far. So, after the detectives discovered Rivas' body, a report from the Los Angeles County medical examiner described her as a female with a wavy black hair, wearing a tube top and black leggings, size small, as well as yellow metal and stud earrings and a yellow metal chain bracelet. Her height was listed as 5'2", 5 feet 2 inches. But Rivas' body was so severely decomposed that examiners were unable to determine her eye color, age, or race and ethnicity. One of the only potential identifying details, they had tattoo on the right index finger that read shush, like shh. Okay? This tattoo is relevant later. This becomes a big part of the story in a moment. Just over a week after the body was discovered on September 16th, authorities finally identified Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a 15-year-old from Lake Elsinore, California, who was reported missing by her family last year. A GoFundMe has been set up to help her family cover the cost of funeral arrangements. After Rivas was identified, reporters quickly swarmed the family's home. While the family declined to speak with them, TMZ reported that Rivas' mother had said her daughter had been dating someone named David before her death. A friend, Ruby Alonso, who was visiting the house, described Rivas as sweet and studious to Rolling Stone, adding, "It's so sad. She was very beautiful." Despite identifying Rivas, there's still much authorities do not know, including a cause of death. A report on the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner website still listed her cause of death as deferred. Now, initially, for understandable reasons, they immediately billed us as a murder. But after they hadn't conducted a proper investigation as to how this had taken place, so they actually retracted that it was a murder, for the record, which sounds insane, but we still don't know. I don't know if they've changed that since then, but they have to do more autopsy and run more tests to figure out whether this was a homicide or what it was, what kind of homicide it was, like what it unfolded. Okay. Now, much of the information that's trickled out about the investigation has centered around the impounded Tesla. The car was towed from the Tony Bird Streets neighborhood in the Hollywood Hills, and it was sitting in the tow yard for 3 days before the police were called about the smell. Residents told Rolling Stone that the car was spotted in various places around the neighborhood in the preceding months, as far back as the end of May. The city finally towed the sedan after a citizen complained that the car had been abandoned for more than 72 hours. Neighborhood sources said the sedan had been sitting in its final spot on Bluebird Avenue for at least 3 weeks. It moved around, one resident told Rolling Stone. Is chilling. Now, what's crazy about this is that it's a Tesla. So Teslas, I'm not exactly super knowledgeable about this stuff, but I feel like Teslas are constantly on. It's basically like an iPad, right? So the fact that, no, they're not. No, I mean, like, this is not like a 1967 vehicle, okay?
It has a computer in it.
That is basically a computer.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, like,
be tracked and they know when people were in it.
They have the company that could actually provide a backdoor to law enforcement to offer constant surveillance, to go back in the footage. They have cameras all over the car. the car is computer. That's why Trump said everything is computer. Remember? Most cars nowadays are on 24/7, whether it be OnStar or numerous other ways in which law enforcement can actually
That's
figure out exactly where
2009.
you're
They
at.
do it to all
Teslas,
cars. Yeah.
You should be hung.
For like 15 years.
I am hung. Ask your mom about how hung
Oh!
I am. Okay. Let's keep it pushing. You mean that it can receive a ping to map its location? Exactly.
That's how
Like
you deal with
real
shit
time,
heads.
As a matter of fact. And
This is how I feel
don't
too.
Understand how you could even steal a Tesla, right? Because it's like stealing an iPhone, but the iPhone is always on. You know what I mean? Like, how is that possible? You have real-time location. You reported it stolen, and I assume the authorities can come and like take it instantly. Yes, you can see where the Tesla is until the battery is under 20%. Anyway, it moved around, one resident told Rolling Stone. Is chilling. The investigation wrapped up Wednesday night after Rivas' body was identified. Per ABC7, in Los Angeles, investigators searched a house on Doheny Place, close to where the car was abandoned. After several hours at the home, police left with a computer and other items. Beyond the initial assessment confirmed that he was cooperating with authorities, reps for Burke have yet to make any public comments. The musician has continued to tour and play shows in support of his debut album, Withered, which arrived in April. At a concert on September 9th, the day after the body was discovered, David performed in Minneapolis, where he was seen tossing labubus into the crowd, hyping his hit song, Crashing, with singer Kali Uchis. Not my friend. I did a song with him, which is currently in the process of being taken down, given today's disturbing news, she wrote on social media following the body's discovery. David also immediately was kicked off of his ad campaigns that he had with Crocs, and I believe another company, Hollister, as well. They pulled back on the ad campaign as soon as the information was revealed.
They're like, are you a killer?
And at first, given the fact that this dude had this like incredible career ahead of him, and also the fact that law enforcement immediately said like, oh, he's cooperating, and maybe because he was also continuing the tour as nothing was up, which in hindsight is really crazy. I think a lot of people just assumed like, oh yeah, this is a really unfortunate circumstance where like I think this guy is like related to a completely unrelated that happened to take place somewhere, and then it got tied back to his car somehow.
Oops,
right? Because maybe his car got stolen. Now, because as far as I understand, the car was reported as stolen, and obviously new information that has been revealed about the suspect, or not the suspect, sorry, new information has been revealed about the victim that ties the victim directly back to David, and that changes the situation entirely, okay? That changes the situation entirely. Allegedly, the victim has a matching tattoo with David. Allegedly, the victim, at the age of, I believe, 12, met David.
Oh
and
my
was
God.
by David, who was
Oh no, he's got a fucking history. Never mind. This guy's done. That's all I need to know. Gross. And all these people have been listening to his music. Ugh. Why do they always do entertainment? It's disgusting. Because kids like entertainment. You know? That's why they do this. I do want rocket warheads for certain situations, yeah. I am trying to dump all my stuff in a box. I should probably cook. Yeah, fruity. Nice, a lot of fruity though. Fruit soda. Boiled water. Sugar. And roasted cabbage. Good. Then, I love this game, honestly. I wish this game had been around when I got into Rust. I wish it had been this game instead of Rust. I would have gone nuts for this game. I would have been like, oh my god, it's a good 76, finally. It's a good 76. Without terrible graphics and bugs and bad Bethesda leadership and You know, it's a gotcha game. Frankly, admittedly, it's a gotcha game just as bad, probably worse, or not, maybe not worse, but just as bad because it's got real verifiable sex appeal in a very strong, like, you know, computer generated way, as opposed to cell shaded, like a kids thing, like Genshin. This girl is a full blown, like, my favorite character, just because she's the hottest character I've ever had. Almost, she has personality and shit. She looks so good, and I, you know, and so gotcha is its own funny little weird demon. It's as bad as it is for people. It's also good for gamers. As bad it is as it is for whales and kids, for people like me that don't want to pay for the fucking game, that want a really high quality experience with bouncy jiggly titties and a nice smooth engine with the best graphics I've ever seen in a game, and they're supported, and even with just 3,000 viewership, the game is still really popular, and they've got their gotcha empire. We don't know how well this game's doing in South Korea. I know that the servers are always full, and I didn't believe that at first. I don't see people running along like I do other games, but I do see that the servers are full, I think, a lot of the time, because most people are doing like a solo vibe in this game. It is like a cozy vibe. I think it's a Asian sensibility cozy game, and gotcha. You know, if you only spend like $25 or something like that, or $50, Eve is gotcha, for instance. Eve Online is gotcha. It's full-blown gotcha. You can play it forever, really, like forever, for free. You can. You'll be limited. You'll hit 5 million skill points, and you'll hit this human thing where you're like, well, I want to pay for my growth to continue, because it caps out at 5 mil. But honestly, with the 5 mil, if you just kept making alt accounts, you could make an indie pilot that was good enough. You can make a PvP pilot that was good enough, all the way up to Ferox, which is enough. I flew Ferox for the last 2 years. Ferox is fine, and you know they're like 65 million or something. They're so cheap, and like full kitted, they're like 67 million or something like that. It's a good working man's kit, like a SAR kit in Rust. And like that's not that expensive, right? So, and you can do that on alpha accounts, which means you don't pay for the game. And yeah, you're stunted all the time. You hit that 5 million skill point cap where you're like, well, I could pay for the game now and sub for a couple of months, get to 10, 15 million skill points, and then just not worry about it again and do whatever it is I'm going to do with this character. And so you do spend up, you do end up spending money. It's kind of a gotcha game. It's fucking stupid. It does get you to swipe. If you like the game at all, it does get you to swipe. It sometimes offers such good deals to you that you're like, oh, I've got to kind of take this deal. Like this year, they offer like 30. I think it was 30. Yeah, what was it? It was 30 MCs for $35. But I mean, MCTs are 550 million a piece, like ISK wise. So I made like 5 billion funny money or something off $35, which, you know, if you were to buy it directly, would be like $75. But I got it for 35. It was such a good fucking deal. And yeah, I swiped. It was gotcha. But it's not like I spend a lot of money on Eve. I've spent like maybe $200 in the last 2 years. That's a lot but I mean, that's a lot for an MMO. It kind of is. It's kind of like paying monthly. It is monthlies. It's just paying the $100 monthly twice, and then, you know, a few, like another $100 on top of that or something, 150, $200. But like, you know, it is an expensive hobby, but it's a great little hobbyist game. Now it froze because it doesn't know DLSS that well yet, and that's a bad example of Eve as I talk about it. Fucking annoying. You need to log in. You need to give me a task manager. You need to put it on the right screen. Kill Eve. You froze. I'm noticing that Zest doesn't freeze me, and it's the same frame rate as DLSS. And I think I'm gonna get off of DLSS because I think it competes with other programs on top of it, and it causes a crash every time I jump. Yeah, so then I go back into Eve, which is fucking quick. That's one of the things I love about Eve. You're in like 10 seconds. you know. I mean, the loading of the client takes 10 seconds, but the actual logging in takes like 10 seconds. It's fucking sweet. So, yeah, I guess we get on the main. Yeah, I send another. Oh no, I logged over to receive, I guess, but I've crashed. There we go. So, where am I now? Oh, good. So the mana bus ended. I guess it's like an event that doesn't last forever, which is good. Oh no, I guess I moved. I moved, did I? Yeah, I kind of moved because I don't really need steel as much as I used to. It's right there anyways. Yeah, I moved the base, did I? No, I went back to my base and Manibus wasn't there anymore. So now I am at, like, this is a level 26 dungeon that I should run. I think I'll get rid of my... Yeah, I'm not farming right now. So, and I want to go get those orbs because I can. Is that a mob? No, it's a clock. I should go get that clock. But I should sleep off my first... Or sorry, my half my health bar is sanity. I like this game more than 76. I've got to say it. And I'm such a 76 fiend. I must have like 3,000 or 4,000 hours. This game's better than 76. In every way, like pretty much every way. Even the story is better because they don't make you do it.
17 at the time, and they
Pederast pop singer. What the fuck?
were in a pedophilic relationship, basically. Either 11 or 12, I think that's when they met, and it is the most
11
insane
or
thing
12.
I've ever heard. The story, the most insane thing I've ever heard. The reason why I say this is because, like, there is not really ever
Usually
a circumstance where
a
the
12-year-old gets groomed.
is that
Yeah.
this person is just a pedophile kidnapper, and the worst case scenario is that he's a pedophile kidnapper.
But we hear about this all the time. We had this with like Ezra Miller from the fucking Fantastic Beasts series, the main guy. He is this terrible pederast who fucking like groomed and abducted and got a fucking like I think she was like a 14-year-old Native American girl from like I don't want to I'm gonna get the tribe wrong. I want to say Cherokee girl, I think she was, and he got her addicted to heroin and meth and all these designer pills and stuff, and he kidnapped her and dragged her off. And he's famous for wailing on women in public. And you think I'm kidding, but no, when you watch the videos about it, they're entertaining to go back to. Because Ezra Miller was like the biggest nut we've almost ever had. And on top of it, Marvel and Warner Brothers paid him like $300 million or something like that. So every time there's a problem, he's like, he's non-binary, trans, which has nothing to do with it, but like that doesn't help because he's like not afraid of women. He's not afraid of like I'm afraid of harming women. Excuse me. He's not afraid of harming women because he's non-binary. So he doesn't care about wailing on a woman in public, and he does it. He's done it a couple of times right in front of the fucking cameras and stuff. He'll just haul off and fucking suck a bee. I swear to God, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But because they made him, because he's got a pretty face and because he's famous, they just ignore everything he does. Normally, when you kidnap and fucking child molest a fucking 14-year-old Cherokee girl, even if it is on fucking, I think some of it was on Native American land, which was one of the problems, was that they couldn't really prosecute him for it because she's in love with him or some stupid shit. And it's just insane. It's disgusting, and it is true. And we've heard shit like this before. We've heard stories like this before. This isn't that rare, like true ultra violence from some really famous fuck. It's weird. We've heard this before. It's happened before. Look at Jared from Subway. He was a fucking psychotic nightmare.
Hurt someone. Okay?
Now, he didn't kill anybody, though. And that was another thing. I guess he didn't kill anybody, but he was like one of the worst pederasts in public memory, as I recall. He was really sick.
Like all of the evidence that is presented in the aftermath of the revelation of the victim has led me to at least believe that at best, it's like, I can't believe I'm saying it's a best case scenario. That David himself is, I believe, 20 years old.
Yeah, you don't want to slander him.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's that thing. He's saying something which is libel. If he, I'm sorry. It's probably both. It's probably slander and libel because you kind of like publish. You're like publishing. It's like kind of blurs the line because slander is when you say something to assassinate somebody's character that isn't true. Libel is when you print something about somebody that isn't true. That's slanderous. Really, it means that isn't true about them to assassinate their character. Maybe if Hassan says that this guy was a rapist, this guy could sue Hassan for all his money if it's not true. And that's why he's like dancing around this, and it is masterful the way that he's doing it, because he's got mods warning him, he's got lawyers warning him. They're like, careful what you say here, because if it's slander or libel, you'll lose it all, which is what Trump does to people. He sues people for their whole nest egg, for fucking like slander and shit like this.
But even though
but I mean, I actually don't. I mean, if it's not true, it is true when they say things about Trump. But I mean, like, but if they poison his election or something like that by slandering his character, and and the lawyers and the judge come back like red-handed, being like, yes, they did do this, that's unacceptable too. You can't just slander or libel. It's weird because it's unacceptable that he sues people for all their money. He sues for billions of dollars and he wins because it's just insane, because they do, like, he's an easy target, and he's right about this. It's easy to kick them around up. Like, it's easy to spit at them up there and kick them around, but I mean, like, it's easy to take shots at them up there is what I always say. It's easy to take shots at them up there because they're standing on like a pole up there, like a clown being targeted by the entire world, like Elon Musk or whatever. Elon. And so it's easy to take shots at them up there, but I mean, when you do, make sure that the shots you fire are shots that they deserve. If they are shots that they don't deserve, they sue you with their mega lawyers for all you've got. And so that's if you didn't understand why he's being so careful and so pussy about it, you can see the white in his beard like me. Which is why I don't grow a beard. All it does is show people that you're old. But yeah, it's it is a terrible lawsuit to lose a slander or a libel or a combination lawsuit, where defamation is what they call it. I think if it's on the internet, it's called defamation if it's on the internet, which is really bad. And like, so yeah, you don't want to catch defamation. You don't want to lose your career and pay out Donald Trump, of all people, $1 billion, which has happened. It's happened.
17 when he met this little girl,
and then look at what happened to Alex Jones. Say what you want, he was an asshole. He should have lost that fucking court case. But I mean, the man didn't have $4 billion or whatever they hit him for. That's an insane number that not even like Johnny Depp had. I mean, like, what is Alex Jones supposed to have? Johnny Depp money? Maybe, but I don't think so. And that's insane to take. Like more money than the man had. You watch what it did to his sanity. It's just insane. But I mean, like, I don't care what happened to him there, because he was a horrible shithead about the Sandy Hook thing. But suing somebody for billions of dollars, I mean, it's not like, I can't believe I'm defending Alex Jones, because I hate Alex Jones now. But I mean, he's such an asshole. I hate him. But I mean, it's also weird to sue Alex Jones for $1 billion. That kind of lawfare is also just as weird as Alex Jones or Donald Trump. They're fucking freaks who get caught at the back of little girl pageants and shit like this, and they're always constantly on pills or shit like that. It's fucking weird. And like, I don't know. I don't know what all their deals is. But I know that like defamation is a tool by which he is winning this censorship war and this cancellation war that he is waging. He sues people for defamation and puts them out of fucking business. He just did it to Jimmy Kimmel. It's fucking terrible. So he has to watch this with David, because David, this guy who supposedly raped and murdered a 12-year-old, might sue him for like $100 million, because that's what the lawyers can say. They can say David was a young, skillful musician and Fortnite player and personality. You don't know, when he's 70, he could have done a podcast like Rainn Wilson or whatever and like gotten even more money. So they sue you for everything you've got. They're like, we want $100 million. And you're like, you want $100 million? Right? For what? Saying that he killed somebody? And they're like, yeah, we want $100 million, because you can't say that without proof. And if it's untrue, you're fucking done. We're going to take everything you've got. We're going to sue you for everything you've ever had. And that's what they do. Then they win like that too. That's why lawyers are universally, well, not universally, but you either love lawyers or you hate lawyers, one or the other, because they're not usually good. They don't usually have good effects on people's lives. They're there to cause damage, So
Still completely unacceptable.
They're not there to cause damage. Excuse me. That's a terrible attitude to have towards lawyers. They're not there to cause damage. They're there to make sure that punishment happens, like in a civil matter, because otherwise it just doesn't. So they're there to enforce that you actually do obey the law and do pay a terrible fine if you violate it and harm somebody in the community. The lawyers are there to make sure. So in a way, you could look at lawyers as kind of like cops, sort of, but they're not really.
What are you talking about? 17 and 12? Are we?
But they are there. The lawyers are there to make sure that nobody defames Trump. That is their job. That is what we built. That's the system that we built. If he has a lot of money, it's much easier for him to pay them or whatever, like daddy's money or whatever. His little piss ass daddy's money boy, little daddy's boy. But well, I mean, I don't know. I'm a mama's boy, so I'm not one to talk, I guess, now. But I mean, I didn't live with my mother for fucking 20 years. I think he does live with his family all of his life. I think he is a fucking daddy's boy. And, I don't know. I think that the defamation thing is like this terrible bomb that we always have to watch stepping on, kind of like DMCA. And you can see that like it's not the lawyers that are the problem here. I'm actually okay with them enforcing these laws and making sure that people don't just randomly slander and libel each other all the time or defame each other or whatever. That's actually good. It's good that they do that. The problem is when they punitively hurt somebody, they'll toss out some crazy ass number. They'll be like $100 million. That's what his career would have been worth before you ruined it, right? And they work in conjecture like that, which I don't like. And how do you put a number? I watched a movie recently about this called like What's It Worth or something like that. I forget. Yeah, I think that was the name of the movie or something like that. It's close to that. It's like What's It Worth or something, where they were like, okay, how much is a life worth if it's cut short early? How much is a life worth? What does an insurance company pay? And you find out these terrible things about the insurance industry and stuff, because it's like, they'll try and pay as little as possible for someone's life, but they do have to acknowledge that maybe that person might have made a lot of money in that lifetime that was tragically cut short. This is what's so bad about plane crashes and stuff like that. They try to sue the industry for everything it's got when it happens, because they're like, nah, you fucked up this time. You killed like 100 people or something. So, we're going to put your fucking shit out of business. And they try and take everything you've got. They're kind of like, in their own way, killers. Lawyers are also killers. They're not just cops. They're also killers. They're also crooks. They're like cops, crooks, and killers all combined, because they show up and they end you if you fucked up. And they do this without ever firing a shot or putting you in the ground or making you bleed or feel pain in any way. Or, well, they make you feel pain, but not like physical pain. They just end your essential, your social value. They'll just end it if you fucked up in the wrong way. Like if you defame Donald Trump, look at what happened to Jimmy Kimmel. They ended his career. I mean, that motherfucker's been on the air for 17 years. They ended his career overnight, and you can see it with no qualms, no argument. Not even the Dems are saying anything really. Everyone was like, tough titty Jimmy Kimmel, I guess. Everybody hates it, but I mean, no one's going to do anything, because we all know that the lawyer tossed out some crazy ass number and they had to fucking pay it. And when they did, they fired Jimmy Kimmel, because they were like, no, I mean, this isn't your fault, but you are the reason it happened. Which is, I mean, I'm sure they love Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel was a fucking cash cow for them for like 15, 17 years, whatever the fuck it was, since I was a kid, basically. He's been a fucking cash cow for them. So so they're probably they're probably looking at it really tragically. They're like, oh, we lost our best star or whatever, right? Which is true. They lost their best, NBC lost their highest star. So now, or I don't know if he was the highest then, but he is now. So it's like, it's fucking weird. Like, you know, so it's like they lost their best star. He lost his job. Trump probably got like $1 billion. I don't know. They don't talk about that stuff. They don't disclose how much they paid. They don't have to disclose to the media. They don't have to tell anybody anything. Lawyers do not have rules around that. Lawyers don't. I mean, they do, but they don't have lawyers. They have the confidentiality and stuff protected by the amendments and stuff. Sorry, the Constitution, but they don't have like, you know, but they don't have like total freedom. They can't just do stuff freely. They've got to have cause, you know. So, yeah, so it's sort of weird. So, on top of it, they don't talk about this with Jimmy Kimmel, but you know why his career ended overnight? Is because NBC had to fire him. If NBC had to fire him, they probably had to pay Trump $1 billion. Now, we're never going to know either. We're never going to know. If they fired him overnight, they probably did this because Trump was like, if you fire him overnight, I won't charge you anything. And they already do have to pay a bunch of lawyers just to crunch the numbers to see if they can do the battle or not, which costs them, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars just to even address this issue. Probably costs them like $100 million. So they're like, oh god, this is already like costing us so much money already, like just to fight this, and it's just insane. So they're like, usually when lawyers are involved, the first attitude is one of two. It's either fight them to death, I can't lose to them, or I'm going to lose to them, I will fight, I can't fight to the death. It's one of those two reactions usually when lawyers are involved. So it's weird when you see Jimmy Kimmel fold in a single day. It was this lesson that he taught that, yeah, I can sue people for $1 billion worth of defamation. And I hate to say this, but they've been bullying Trump now in that media for fucking 9 years or some shit. It's no longer than that. It was the first 4 years and the year going into it. Then he declared. Then there was the campaign trail. They bullied him for like 3 years. Then he got in. I can't believe I'm fucking advocating for the devil. I hate Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump and his stupid effing ass. I'm dead serious. But they've been defaming him for, and I hate to say this, but this is what the lawyers and the judges have come back with too. Or he wouldn't be making all this money on these sues, but he sues and he wins. Because they have been using him like a punching bag for fucking 13 years. Now, I talked about this back when Joe Biden was in power. Like fucking 3 years ago, I was like, nah, they've been bullying Trump. I've never seen a more, like a bigger victim in mankind's history than Donald Trump. They've been bullying him. There's no other word for it. They've been bullying him hardcore. And I mean, really, what has the man been caught doing? He's been dodging taxes. He said that thing about grab her by the pussy. He's been convicted of 34 felonies, but I mean, I don't know. He's still president. Do the felonies matter if they don't uphold them? I guess they don't. So it's like, and I don't know, and it's sort of weird. So they lawfared him, and so whatever. I'm sure this is music to the right wing's ears. A libtard saying this, but I mean, I'm progressive, and this is the progressive part where I can see both sides. Right? He was fucking bullied by the media like a fucking punching bag, like a fucking emotional punching bag for 9 years. Now, he could communicate this to his lawyers in a way where they might actually be kind of passionate to stop them. When the lawyers see that he's like, you understand, you know, I could see him doing it. I can see him doing it. He could easily have one of his little toadies bring in the entire fucking newspaper section. And he can sit there with a board of lawyers. This is what I would do. My mother was an executive. I know how to be an executive. I would sit there with my lawyers and I'd be like, look, you have to stop this. And I guarantee he probably does this shit. He throws out rag after rag after rag after rag. And on each one, his face is there and they're talking shit about him. And it doesn't matter if there's a reason for them to talk shit or not. They are talking shit about him like over and over and over again. After a while, I got sick of it. Like towards the end of Joe Biden, I was like, I'm sorry. I know you want to talk more shit about Trump than you ever have before, and we all hate him more than ever have before. I didn't even think it was possible. We all hated him more, not we all, but the leftists hated him more than ever possible before. It was just insane. but I mean, when you really come down to it, the man hasn't killed anybody, at least that we know of. He's caused deaths, but he's not killed anybody. He hasn't raped anybody that managed to land the charge on him, and that's unfortunate. I'm not trying to downplay the victim's roles in that. It just sucks that we couldn't manage to catch our rape maybe he was convicted. I think he was convicted of rape. It's the same. They convicted him of rape, but they don't uphold the charges. So who cares if they uphold him for rape? I don't care if you bust him with 34 felonies or for rape. If you don't uphold the charges, I just don't care. I don't care. So now I don't care. The country didn't care. The country didn't care. They were like, if you don't make him stay in the courthouse, he just waltzed out of the courthouse after they busted him for 34 felonies. You understand how much of a slap in the face that was for me? It wasn't a liptard like trigger slap. It was like I've been in and out of the system since I was 17 for minor charges compared to what Donald Trump has done, and you fucking just let him walk out of the courthouse after the convictions are made. We weren't allowed to stroll out of the. I mean, sometimes you are. Sometimes you're allowed to stroll out of the courthouse, but usually they're like, all right, report back to jail in 4 days or some shit. It's insane. They're like, come back, but they didn't do that with him. He's running around with 34 felonies, and it doesn't really make sense. He's running around with rape charges, and they're not busting him for it. It's insane. So now, when they didn't uphold the charges, when the 34 felonies didn't stick, when Joe Biden was asleep at the switch and scrubbed out, at that point, I was no longer very happy with the media just beating on him all fucking day. He's a media personality. It's like deities. If you stop paying attention to them, they die. Their career dies. The more they bully him in this media every single fucking day, it ensures that he just lasts longer and longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. It's like the gift of violence or rape or something. It's a gift that it never stops giving. It ends up like just happening over and over and over again. And when the weird sick deviation happens, the person that it happens to, they end up acting out again. It's disgusting. It's fucking sad, but it does happen. It fucking sucks. So it's just weird, and it's obvious that Trump was not raised well. He was raised like disgustingly, and they didn't raise him with morals and values or spirituality or anything at all. So like now he's just, this like, and here I am bullying him again. And at that point I get scared about catching the defamation charge because I've never met this man. He's not in a court case with me. They can't bust him for any of those felonies, or at least put him in jail for them anyways. They won't bust him for raid. They won't bust him for tax evasion. They won't bust him for all the things that he does, or the tower that he let burn, or any of the stuff that he's done. They don't do anything to him ever. So it's sort of like, if nothing ever happens, then nothing ever is going to happen. I want to stop caring about Donald Trump. That's how we ensure that we never deal with him again. The minute that we stop caring about Joe Biden, when we realized that he was a vegetable and asleep at the switch, he was gone overnight. Remember how long the fucking idiot-ass Republicans talked about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden's laptop, and how long they fucking sat on that fucking hill, just like, nope, dying on this laptop hill, or this Benghazi hill, or this laptop hill, or this Benghazi hill. But what happened, right? The minute that they stopped paying attention to Biden, he was dead. His career was dead overnight. It was just crazy. It was like that, wasn't it? The minute that they knew he had fucked up and he was asleep at the switch, the whole world stopped paying attention to him, and he was out of the running. He was even in the presidency when it happened, and they were just like, well, he's not president anymore. It's just a saying. They didn't say it, but that was the whole thing. They were like, nah, you're too asleep at the switch to run the office, so you're just not president anymore. They didn't impeach him. They didn't do anything. They were furious about it, and Trump wouldn't shut the fuck up about it forever. But like, understand that, yeah, you hated Joe Biden, but the reason that you dealt with Joe Biden for fucking 13 years the way that we dealt with Donald Trump for 13 years is no one will stop talking about him or Hunter Biden's laptop. No one will stop talking about Donald Trump. And it's like, at that point, I don't want to do this news cycle anymore. I don't want to. If you want it to stop, if you want all of this fascism and terrible Republican bullshit to stop, just stop paying attention to it. Not paying attention to it, but excuse me, but stop responding to it. It's okay to pay attention to it, but stop responding to it with violence or hatred or fucking like rage or any of this stuff. Like, yeah, I get pissed off about Donald Trump, and I do hate him, and I rage out and I vent on streams sometimes, but I don't sit there in that place where I just bully him all fucking day. I play video games and I watch streamers on YouTube. I don't sit there in this place like these guys did. Like, okay, one thing you could say about Jimmy Kimmel is every week or whatever his fucking time slot is it every Thursday or something? I don't know. I don't watch fucking Jimmy Kimmel. But like every time Jimmy Kimmel came on stage for the last 9 years, he cracked a joke about Trump in the first 30 seconds. Now, sooner or later, after like 8 years of that, even if it is the devil, you have been bullying him for years and years and years. So guess what the honest reaction to that is? It's a lawyer. Is what happens in the real world is they go and they get a lawyer and they fucking sue you because you won't stop. And they do want you to stop. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's still, I mean, it does matter if it's true or not, but it doesn't really matter. It's still this like character assassination. It's stupid. Like the media covers him, but they also crack jokes at his expense every single day for like the last 9 years. That he has an ego that can't handle that kind of thing. So what does he do? He six the OJ lawyer on you, and he sues you for $1 billion, and he wins because you have been using him like a fucking punching bag for 10 years. I don't want to hear his name anymore. I wouldn't pay attention to Trump if he didn't come up in the fucking media cycle every single minute of every single fucking day. That's because you want him there. You love him. He's like your abusive father, and you like it when he beats the shit out of you. I don't want him here. I don't want to think about him or talk about him. I don't want him here, but he's constantly here.
For real? 18 and 13 chat.
So like and David is rich, right? David the singer is rich. So David the singer knows that Donald Trump just sued somebody for $1 billion. If he didn't kill this little girl, like Hassan has to be very careful. He could lose his career to David. Not even Donald Trump. He could lose his career to David. So everything he said here was ran through like 5 lawyers and 4 mods before they told him what he could and couldn't say. It doesn't look like that when you watch the stream, but I mean, he has so much money and so much production quality. That's the whole trick. It makes it seem like your fireside chat with some dude in his room, and he just hangs out in a room with a bunch of memorabilia all day. But no, this is a media show. It's a fucking television show. It's got cameras and fancy mics and media people working on it and editing it and stuff, and lawyers telling him what he can and can't say. And so yeah, no, he has to be very careful here, or he loses the Hassanabi empire to fucking David, a child molester. I mean, that's what happened with Donald Trump in the Wall Street or whatever. So what was it? The New York Times or whatever? Did like fucking Donald Trump sued the fucking New York Times for $1 billion and fucking won. That's insane. That is like suing the Simpsons for making fun of somebody with Krusty the Clown. It's just stupid. Like, yeah, Krusty Clown was an amalgamation of a bunch of fucking crazy Hollywood executives and such, Rob Reiners and stuff like that, right? So like, so you go and sue the Simpsons for $1 billion because Rob Reiner has hurt feelings? No. It's the Simpsons. That's what Jimmy Kimmel is. It's basically the Simpsons. He's got sacred ground. He can crack a joke about the president. None of the rest of the people in the country can. So if you take that, you Republicans, like, man, one of the things I've noticed is there's almost no Republican comedians. If they are, they're fucking assholes, right? Because, and there's a reason for this. It's because Republicans aren't funny. They can't take a joke.
Are we being real right now?
They can't take a joke. Jimmy Kimmel didn't make a joke about him. He showed the scene. That was it. He was like, well, you can see how much Donald Trump cares about this. And that's all he has to say, which is true. We look at the clip and it's like a defaming clip that makes him look really bad, where he wants to talk about the ballroom instead of Charlie Kirk's death to some rando. And it was defaming. It was kind of defaming. It was like, wow, you made him look incredibly fucking bad. But honestly, if you really think about it, he's just the president trying to talk about his ballroom, and you constantly try and trip him up all the fucking time. He is your punching bag. I've never seen the kind of bullying that the media does to Donald Trump. Even Nixon had it better. They hated Nixon. You understand? There were people that were threatening to kill him and stuff. Like, they hated Nixon, but Nixon still had it better. Nixon still had it better than Trump. Okay, all Nixon did was like Watergate and stupid ass fucking Vietnam. But I mean, it takes two to tango. Both the Democrats and the Republicans got behind our country going to war in Vietnam. It wasn't just Nixon, it was the Congress. So, like, it's fucking dumb. You can't blame the Vietnam War on Nixon like they tried to, but he started lying about it and causing problems and stonewalling and shit like this. And then he ended up busting for fucking Watergate, and they were like, oh, we can't have a president acting like this. But obviously we can. They always do. They have been, like, almost all of them been acting like this for a long time since JFK. JFK had a never-ending stream of women going in his office at any given time of day, and this made him very, very politically weak to the Russians. They used it, and they fucking blackmailed him and shit. And that's what I would do too. If I knew JFK was running a never-ending stream of women through his office all day, I'm gonna blackmail him with that. If the media finds that out, they'll kick it. In 1963, the Christian right would have kicked JFK's ass out of the fucking Oval Office if they knew. Like what they did to Bill Clinton. They would have ran him out. They would just ran him out. They're like, no, we can't have a man whore being blackmailed by the Ruskies. We can't. And that's what happened, too. He was sleeping with a Russian sniper lady. And she fucking blackmailed his ass. There's all this crazy evidence of it. It's so dumb. And that's an example of why I'm progressive, is because Democrats are not perfect. I think every time I talk shit about Democrats or Republicans, the other side thinks that I'm on their side. But no, both sides are rat bastard fucking worthless. Worse than my stream sniper. Fucking worthless. Completely worthless. Like I don't know. Like, what do you do with them? You just wait for them to corruptly destroy themselves, or sleep with more children, or hide more murder, or hide more bribery or corruption or whatever. Like, maybe they they non-disclosure agreement somebody over Jeffrey Epstein or something. It's just dumb. So I've come to just expect their corruption, and the corruption is they have absolute power because the power absolutely corrupted them. And it's fucking stupid. That power that they've got, it's corrupted them. It's turned them into terrible, terrible people. I don't like the fact that the president seems to be this position that has to be this rich man who has to have business connections and stuff. I'm not so sure about that. I think the office actually could be held by an introvert that doesn't ever leave the room. It just sits in the office and only ever deals with the actual business of keeping the country running in a perfect shape. I don't know, like or leaves the room to go talk to the premier of Russia or whatever, or China or France or something. So it's just sort of weird, like I don't know, like I don't like the way they do the leadership now. It seems to be this corrupt businessman thing. That's not how leadership was until 1979 something, till Nixon.
David has enjoyed an impressive rise over the past few years. He broke
1974 Nixon.
Singles romantic homicide.
Or I don't know. Who was president in 1974? I don't know. Who was president in 1974? Richard Nixon. Yeah. And that was the year he got. Yeah, that was the Watergate scandal. That's why I said 1974. I was like, I know it's Watergate was 74. I know it happened in 74. It was Nixon, right? So this was a terrible thing, the Watergate scandal, because we just believed that no president could be crooked. We believed that the highest office in the land was so high that he had so much oversight and so much committees and so many people with him all the time that he couldn't have possibly done a corrupt ass fucking hotel business deal that was crooked or whatever, and then lied about it a bunch. Expletive deleted or whatever, but recorded everything, so got busted horribly like a criminal, like a mafia don. And now we've got a real don in power, and it's fucking dumb. We got a real mafia don in power now too, but I mean, like, Nixon, all he did was go to war. Trump, I don't know. Trump hasn't done anything at all. I can't think of anything that he's done. What has he done? He did pandemic unemployment assistance, but I mean, Nancy Pelosi, like, what do you call that? Had to filibuster him for 2 years in the Senate while we screamed at them that they're like these immoral monkeys that are killing us on the streets with COVID and shit like this. and they finally like budged to the Democrats. And then when they realized how popular they could get buying our love with pandemic unemployment assistance, they sent $3,000 checks. So all the kids started voting for Trump because they got this $3,000 check. And I swear to God, that $3,000 check was a big deal to me too. It was a really big fucking deal. It was a big deal. I bought a PlayStation 4. I bought, a gaming chair. I bought a couple of headphones, I joined Rust in 76 on a vocal social level and built a streaming career out of it. It did something with my life. That $3,000 meant a lot to me, but understand, it's not that Trump suddenly decides to rain all, like where the stripper joint, he starts to make it rain or something. This is because Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats fought him for 4 solid years all throughout COVID to make sure that they actually fucking helped us instead of make sure that we died. I mean, they fought him tooth and nail. Trump did not want to help us. Trump didn't want to do anything like that. He's a fiscal conservative. He's always been. And they did not want to help us at all. So then when they realized that they could buy our love with this $3,000 stimulus payment and how much it did for their actual poll ratings and stuff, which was like it gave them like a 22-point gain or something like this from 39 to 51. Or whatever it was like felt like a fucking huge. It was like a 13-point gain or whatever it was. It was insane. It went from "we hate you, we're about to kill you" to "ooh, COVID's over, huh?" And we all have like pandemic unemployment assistance, and we can go back to work and stuff. And it just the world got better, so we were like, okay, yeah. And then whether or not the election was stolen, I don't know. I wasn't there, but I mean, he said the election was stolen, which tore our country apart. And then now I hate him for that. And that's why I really hate him is because I don't think it really mattered. He went right back in power again. Did it really matter if they did steal it or he stole it or something? It doesn't matter. They both got their 8 years. It didn't matter if they cheated or not. They're so fucking corrupt. It doesn't matter if they get busted for 34 felonies or go asleep at the switch like that dead king in fucking Lord of the Rings. That whole period where Joe Biden was asleep at the switch, I kept feeling like I was watching Lord of the Rings again, because there was like that one king with Grima Wormtongue in his fucking ear, and he was like white from having the magic and life drained out of him all day by Sauron and fucking Saruman and shit, and they were like sucking his energy and giving him drugs and keeping him like splayed out and shit. That's what they did. They had our presidency be a reagent. They call this a regent. Like it's somebody who just holds the position. That's it. Sometimes they give it to children, and in foreign nations they'll give it to children while they just grow to age. Right? In Britain sometimes they do that. They'll have a regent king, where the regent king, his only job is just to grow of age so he can don the crown. So so there's no leader in the country besides some prime minister or something like that, and usually a cabinet. So but I mean that sometimes happens in Britain and stuff, and so but we've never had that in America. We've never had a regent leader, especially not without our permission. We were not asked. The public was not asked. They just had him asleep at the switch for a year. So of course this boiled the Republicans' blood because A, they didn't detect it. B, they didn't protect us. C, they didn't protect themselves. They're goddamn corrupt morons who can't even detect when a man has senility or not. And I mean, I'm not in the same room as Joe Biden, so what the fuck does the public know about it? The public doesn't know anything about that. But all the people around Joe Biden should have been like, nope, this man's senile, way long time ago, and they didn't because they couldn't detect it. They prop him up with drugs, and they prop him up with doctors, and they have him speak like a parrot, and they shove their hand up his puppet ass, and they fucking have him speak like some kind of marionette. This boils the fucking the right wing's blood because they've promised to stop this sort of thing. But the problem is they did the exact same thing with Trump. By the end of this 4 years, Trump is going to be so brain fried. He already is. That they keep talking about in the media. Same exact signs that Joe Biden showed at that thing. So now Donald Trump is asleep at the fucking switch, and all he's doing is suing people for defamation. It's the only thing he's doing as our president. He's not worried about our roads. He's not worried about our children's education or getting the homeless or the trankers off the streets. He is doing ICE because he hates Mexicans. So yeah, he's doing the ICE thing. But I mean, that's it. That's the only thing he's doing. He's getting rid of the Mexicans and he's suing people, which is just disgusting. That's not what president does. President is there to keep the Congress in check, to make the country look good, to talk to other presidents, to worry about our deficit and our problems, and maybe if there's war or not, or if there's an executive decision to be made. This jackass wakes up, tweets Covfefe, and then decides whether or not he's going to go visit his ballroom or not, because that's where his balls are. And I don't know, it's so dumb. And now I'm bullying him again, just like they do all the fucking time, because they've set a pattern that we can't break. They've set a pattern of bullying him every day for the last 9 years. It's like we can't, as Americans, we can't even get over it. It reminds me of when the O.J. Simpson was in his thing. It went for like 7 years and the public just couldn't stop caring. They're like, is there going to be a race war? Is LA going to fucking tear itself apart over Rodney King and O.J. Simpson? Is there going to be a race war and stuff? And the public just couldn't stop. We ate OJ, drank, slept and fucked O.J. Simpson for 7 years. It was disgusting. It's the same exact thing we did to Donald Trump. And I'm sorry, it was bad when we did it to O.J. Simpson. It's bad when I'm doing it right now because I'm caught in the loop. It's not a loop that I made, And I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop doing it. Yeah, he sucks. He sucks. Trump sucks. Those are the only 2 words I want to hear about Trump ever again. I just want him to disappear. I like the day of the election, I was like, it's okay if you're a dead slot. I've never been okay with you being a dead slot before, which you were. You were a dead slot. The only thing you did was write us a check. That was it. And you've been a dead slot. You bungled COVID. You fucked up our country and you bent over for the Russians. It's disgusting. And you let them fucking invade Ukraine. You're disgusting. And it's just, and all this derision that we have for him, and you get bent over by Putin in the world stage all the time. But this is all the stuff they've been saying about him for 9 years. It's the same old broken down merry-go-round. I can't stop breaking the fucking plate on my head like Roger Rabbit. Crash, crash, crash. I keep breaking the plate over my head. He's an asshole. He's had 34 felonies. He's a rapist. He, et cetera, et cetera. And I keep cracking the plates over my head, being like, merry-go-round's got to stop so we can get off this ride. But I mean, really, me continuing this soliloquy of just railing his butthole is the actual problem that puts him in power. It gives him his money. It gives him his power. He's like this weird, crazy, bizarro punching bag where the more you defame him in public for how angry you are at him, the more power, money, strength, and lawsuits he wins and or full-blown just dodges like Matrix bullets. And that's not good. And I know now what the solution is. If you want to kill Donald Trump, you can't do it with bullets. It'll be worse if they do it with bullets. That's one of the reasons why the Butler was so scary. It'd be way worse if it happens with bullets. I want his idea and his image and his business to die. How does that work? Well, we just stop paying attention to him. It's the hardest thing America's ever done. But we have to, it's not stopping paying attention to him. It's stop validating him. It's what you do when a bully is like a class clown and he's taken over, the inmates have taken over the asylum and you're in an in-school suspension with a bunch of retard kids who were acting out because their parents beat them and shit. And you're stuck in this in-school suspension. I know because I've been there. And you know that if you say anything or you feed them or you talk to them or you feed them in any way, if you feed the trolls, it will lead to a fist fight and or some kind of other suspension or something like this. So you just don't say anything to them. You don't acknowledge that they exist. You look away and you think, okay, yeah, I see that you're a jackass clown with 34 felonies and a rape charge. But I mean, we're not doing anything about that. So why did we bother? So why do we waste people's time? So now, now it's just like I ignore and I think about it and I'm going to now make an active and real attempt to just stop paying attention to Trump entirely.
Important part of
I will pay attention to other people who pay attention to him, but I'm not going to worry about him. I'm not going to worry about what he does anymore unless he threatens to kill me or end my career or something like that, like he did to Jimmy Kimmel. I'm just going to let the bad actors be bad actors. We had 8 years from both of them. We had 8 years of nothing burger from Biden. We had 8 years of nothing burger and fucking insurrections and crime from Trump. There's nothing that, nothing changed, nothing died, nobody nuked us, nothing happened as usual. Nothing fucking happen. So I'm really ready for him just to just completely leave my news cycle. He'll continue to set the country on fire at a faster and faster rate, just like Johnny Somali or something. He's going to act out more and more and more like Johnny Somali till they fucking slam him in jail. I don't want to see it. It's frankly fucking sad. It's disgusting. It's pathetic. It's like watching the most powerfully rich person in mankind's existence totally fall from grace. It's fucking disgusting.
Okay? And I can't believe I'm saying this, but...
And he has to set himself on fire like the monks in Tiananmen Square or whatever at the end of it to even keep the interest, right? And the whole thing is so cringe and so fucking stereotypical and so repetitive and so dumb. It's just a dictator. It's what dictators do. It's all the same shit from dictators. This is how dictators act. This is what they do.
It was actually XQC.
None of it's original.
That presented this information. This is not even a joke.
XQC presented
dug
that.
deep into all of this story, and as far as I understand, was the first person to actually show this.
Wow.
David made a song in 2022, which premiered on September 7th, 2022.
I like XQC.
Remember that date.
He gets a bad rap. I see nothing about XQC that I don't like. I mean, I'm sure he's a creeper, maybe. I don't know what his sexual proclivities are. But everything else about him seems fine to me. Everybody else hates, for some reason, like not everybody else. Americans don't like French Canadians for some reason, but I've never had a problem with French Canadians beyond not understanding what they're saying to me. That's it. That's the only issue I have with them. It's hard to understand what they're saying, just like SQC, which is why he gets so much hate. But I mean, like, I don't know. I like XQC. I think he's fine. I would watch him more on my stream if he showed up on my feed more, but he doesn't. The IRL streamers who just like watch TikTok all day, they don't show up on my feed very much. He does, because I'm looking for a progressive star to follow. I'm looking for a progressive star to follow, and he's it. So I'll watch TikTok with him, you know.
Really released this song on the same date as the victim
disappeared,
Rivas Hernandez's birthday. This was after they had met. Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who was last seen on April 5th, 2024, according to her family, last seen in Lake Elsinore, California, was born on September 7th, 2010. She died under mysterious circumstances, and her corpse was deteriorating in the back of singer David's car. This song was written. Some of the lyrics in here are basically talking about how he doesn't even feel remorse or sadness.
What?
For this death. Am I losing my mind? Did you not feature him on stream like months ago, last summer or something? Or was that some other artist? I recall listening to... No, I never did. I met him one time for like approximately 30 seconds at Terry Yummy's birthday. And that's it. He was friends with a bunch of streamers, though. Like, he was really in this space. I mean, he was a streamer. He made a song with Jason the Ween. And it's so insane. Now, this song was in 2022, chat. And it was premiered deliberately on the birthday of the victim.
Oh.
In 2022. Now, David...
Why?
has canceled the show in Seattle as of last night. Basically, what ended up happening is, like, once the victim was identified, David actually finally canceled one of his tour appearances, and we don't know where he is, but I assume that he's cooperating still with law enforcement. But I still don't understand how. I still do not understand how the fucking law enforcement. That isn't correct. The song was released on July 20th, 2022. It premiered on YouTube on her birthday, bro. It's right here. At that point, he knew her too. Like, they were already 2 years, 2 years prior to her kidnapping and going missing. They had already established a relationship. At this point, she was turning, I believe she was turning 12, or her 13th birthday. I've also correction for chatter, the music video was released on her birthday, not the song itself. Yes. And not only that, but the actresses that he has hired are consistent with the way Celeste looked.
Oh.
Okay? In almost all of his
a
music
12-year-old.
videos, the actresses he keeps hiring literally are consistent with the way that the missing teenager, the victim of the situation, looked like.
Great, another
Okay?
child
I believe
sex
there was an
scandal
unreleased
on
song,
top of it
where he
every
also
day
mentions,
now.
like, the name Celeste on numerous
Humans
on
are
numerous
fucking
occasions,
shit.
but I'm
People
not
are
fully
shit.
aware of that.
People are
but yeah,
complete
there are
shit.
photos. I don't even know exactly where these photos are from, but there are photos of them together, obviously, which is why I don't fully understand it. I don't understand like how no one was like, yo, this girl is like 12. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck did people, like, I understand if you just like don't assume that someone you're hanging out with briefly, or someone that you are around briefly is just like a potential alleged pedophile murderer. But like, if you are good friends with this person, like, and I don't mean like, you know, Jason level. I'm talking like actually in his life, like super close fucking friends. Because I'm sure that he was around a bunch of other people that like he knew for a very long time. How the fuck did nobody go, dude, how old is this girl? Look at his TikTok reposts. Me, if I see her talk to other dudes. Me, after hearing about her past with other boys, I'm jealous and utterly disgusted by her actions. I don't know if this is real or not. I feel like there's a lot of fake shit also slinging around. But regardless, there's already like a tremendous amount of information as well. Here is a demo for the unreleased song. Oh yeah. An alleged song leaked in December 2023 about Celeste, where he says, "Oh Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest."
Nope. The girl with my name tattooed on her chest. Smell her on my clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed. Oh, Celeste. But she's a 12-year-old, you weirdo.
This is not a political story, okay? I don't think
no, this
you
is
are responding.
no, this is an entertainment
appropriately
story.
To the
It's
images that you are seeing
not
on
at all.
camera, okay? No. Hogs. This is not about like left, right. This is not about politics, you fucking idiot. Are you okay? Unless you are a pedophile libertarian or some shit, and you're like, oh, triggered? Are you triggered about people engaging in pedophilia? Is that what you're doing? I know your fucking daddy Donald Trump is like super linked with Jeffrey Epstein, but calm down, okay?
Damn.
These are the kind of thoughts that cross my mind. Just because I love you so.
I don't want to hear this anymore. Nope.
Hoodie that she, like the Gap hoodie that she was last seen in, and it's like literally in the missing persons report, but I don't think it's the same hoodie. Also, this is a different girl, I'm pretty sure. Now, the reason why I say that, the reason why I say this is a different girl, I'm pretty sure, who also apparently is named Celeste as well, unless they're talking about the girl in the back, this girl. But I don't think that's her either. Yes, there is another girl named Celeste. He follows her. Apparently, she changed her bio to the other Celeste. So crazy how blatant he was about it. This is some YNW Melly level of self-incrimination, but for pedophilia. Yeah. Couldn't David's defense, if it goes to court, use the argument that rappers use what they said? You can't use song evidence because art not defending him? What are you talking about? There's a million different points of connection for very obvious crimes here before you get to the music lyrics, man. Like,
yeah.
There is a body that is decomposing in his car.
Why is he out right now? Shouldn't he be in jail right now?
Missing a year ago.
Yeah, he should be in questioning right now.
The same tattoo on their fingers, the same shush tattoo on their index fingers. Like, there is no, you don't need to connect these two people to one another over the lyrics of his songs. That's just additional insanity.
I love you.
I know a lot of people are also, focusing on the lyrics and the songs and whatnot, and myself included, because like it seems like he's just like left breadcrumbs everywhere. But overall, there are obviously hard evidence. There's hard evidence that like ties these two people together. But yeah, apparently there was his Discord server that was speculating on his relationships. He's dated a Celeste at some point, even shown her on stream, trying to find proof of this, and a majority of his Discord community knows about her too. They've seemingly been together since 2022 or longer, and seems to have broken up at some point in 2024. And based on this Reddit user's post, the description given about her matched the person that David's been with. Celeste in here, hi David Bark. I don't know, he never had a girlfriend, but who knows, he might have had a sneak, but he has a girlfriend. I'm pretty sure he's dating right now. What? Yeah, her name is Celeste. Why are you adding me? Jokes, ha ha ha. Anyway, they've seemingly been together since 2022 or longer. And based on this Reddit user's post, the description given about her matched the person that David's been with. Someone on Reddit also was saying like this dude is a pedophile ahead of time. Basically saying like this guy's a weirdo, a close friend's little sister from i.e. ran away last year, and this is who she was with. We think her sister was pimping her out. She was in 7th grade at the time. LAPD sweep this place in the hills. I'm terrified that's who was in the car. This is before they even identified the victim. Nobody has heard from her in months. I won't release names as she's still a minor, but she was from Lake Elsinore. It isn't speculation. It literally happened. I don't really care if you've heard nice things about him. That has no impact on my personal negative experience. Well, the victim is a female, wavy black hair, and shush tattoo mean anything to you? I'm really not trying to release any identifying information because it absolutely sounds like her, and my heart is broken. I don't want to mess anything up regarding the investigation. I'll be reaching out to the LAPD today. Yeah, this guy literally said, I strongly doubt this is true. He has a very public social media presence, and there's no one underage in his road crew. I have only heard good things about David from tour and venue staff. Don't post stuff like this with all the speculation going around. You're going to feed witch hunts like that. It isn't speculation. It literally happened. It's an interesting situation because, like this is a pattern. This is a unique pattern that, like, I wouldn't even go so far as to say that person is like immediately defending this celebrity, okay? Because you're saying I hate it when people protect pedos, but like understand that like it feels like there were two different Davids, like the possible pedophilic killer, and also the public persona. The public persona and the front that he put on when he was interacting with other people was a Christian who was incredibly kind, like that kind of thing, which is crazy. Like, it's real. Like, even in my brief interaction, even in my 30-second interaction that I had with him, what I was left behind with in that 30-second interaction was like, wow, this is like an incredibly nice person. What the fuck? I did not think so. I did not like assume that someone would be like so fucking nice. Think about that. Like, I don't understand how someone can just like keep up appearances to this degree.
Yeah.
No, okay, to be fair, the super Christian front-facing side does lead to some suspicion. I do understand that. Which is at least like when I saw, apparently he would do like, I was like doing a little bit of digging last night, and I found that he was like doing like Christian updates or whatever, where he talks about like imposter syndrome and stuff. And I was like, okay, well, that's a little, like that's a little performative, right? But I will say it gave me fucking straight up whiplash, dude. It gave me straight up fucking whiplash, like finding out that this person who was so normal was also like, this serial killer style person who was just like, who had kidnapped and groomed a minor at the age of 12, okay? Even younger, potentially. That is crazy. Did your dad vote for pedo Trump? My dad did not vote for anyone. He is Turkish. Not sure how that is relevant to any of this, but what is this? He was actually home during the
Ooh, a lot
time
of
she passed,
XP.
just not when she was found. A Reddit poster called it first when it happened. Can you guys stop posting this comment? I deleted it for a reason. There's an active investigation. Yes, it's her. Yes, I'm heartbroken. She was a little fucking girl, and she was failed horribly by the entire communities. I want to throw up thinking about what she could have gone through in the last year. She should be sitting in class in high school living like a normal ass kid, and she's gone. She never saw 15. They found her body on her 15th birthday. Stop tagging me and let me grieve in peace. Yeah. She was missing for a year. There's more details, by the way, because apparently the body in the impounded car was also like not only decomposing but potentially chopped as well to pieces. That was like the initial suspicion. It was found. The body was found in a bag. After a chopped up, decomposing body was found in a bag in his front trunk of a Tesla. The Tesla was registered to Hempstead, Texas, but had been impounded for a couple of days at a tow yard in Hollywood, California. And it belonged to David, a 20-year-old whose legal name is David Anthony Burke. I heard the police changed the wording from dismembered to in pieces because they couldn't tell if it was due to decomposition or if it was purposeful. Yeah. So law enforcement had little or enough evidence to even do a search warrant at his manager's house he's staying in. They still don't consider him a suspect, by the way, which is so insane to me. I don't know how you don't consider a person who is directly linked a primary suspect. Like, I don't understand it. Okay? I truly don't understand it because like I said, at best, this person is directly linked as a minor to this person. What the fuck are we doing? Cops are so useless, bro. It is crazy. Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, the reason why the cops are botching this investigation is because, for the record, if you couldn't comprehend what was going on in the background, I did a little bit of digging into this as well. She comes from a very poor family.
Yep.
That's it. Hispanic background, very poor family. When girls go missing from that background, police clearly don't put a lot of effort into these fucking investigations. Okay? Straight up. I 100% think that is the reason, because if this person goes missing, okay, at the age of like 13 or 14, how the fuck do you not conduct a proper investigation to figure out like who she was around last?
Verification failed, huh?
Yeah, the same thing happens in indigenous communities all the time. She was missing for a
Cool,
whole
I got
year. And it wasn't even like all that private. Like, I don't even know how to say she was missing when she was like, it seems as though she was at least like seen in some circumstances. But I guess this past year, police were a little bit busy, you know, aside from playing Candy Crush. They were busy arresting pro-Palestine campus protesters and stuff, you know, 2024, heated year. Lots of discourse taking place. They were too busy working the college encampment counter protest movements. You're saying she was seen after she was pronounced missing? I think so, but I think people just didn't know who she was and did not connect it to Lake Elsinore. You know what I mean? A minor being okay. I'll let him. The victim's brother was DMing someone on Twitter and brought more light to the situation. Someone link it. But yeah, there are a lot of there's a lot of oddity in this situation. Celeste's brother speaks up and reveals that that David killed his sister. His whole chat is attached in the video. What is this? Dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister. I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love, man. Yes, it was him because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. Fuck. Well, what? Okay, I don't know about all this stuff. Okay, I don't know about all, you know, this. There is like, there's always going to be like a we did it Reddit association with this stuff. It could be totally valid. It could be totally real, but I'm not going to like entertain unsubstantiated stuff beyond what is known so far. Even though law enforcement is like very clearly not doing, a decent job with this at all. It seems. When I was writing this, I got a notie from, he also had this to say at some point in 2020, which seems odd to say the least. When I was writing this, I got a notie from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and your sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We got to push through it, bro. Yeah. So there's also some other shit too. This was a photo that was circulating around, people saying that this is David like paying off friends of Celeste to keep them quiet. Not even a year ago, my homie told me that David for D4 Ed guy owes someone money in Lake Elsinore. Now this girl's dead, missing from Elsinore. Weird. One insane thing I saw was that photo you just showed where he was paying her off is a 6-minute walk from where her family lives. Prayers to her family. Oh, this is another girl that like David follows on Instagram, Kira Hollander. She says, prayers to her family. I used to be close friends with David, and we, in air quotes, dated when I was 16 and he was 18. We've seen each other IRL twice max. And there's so much more, but he introduced me to religion and whatnot. So I'm shaken. I'm so shaken up by the fact that he could have done this. I remember a Celeste, and I have a pic of them together that I've seen in the past. And then this is her mom's Facebook post as well about her daughter going missing. Isn't it weird how Lud was defending David? No, dude, it's not, because they had all of this information came after that. Okay? If you were to get mad, if you want to get mad at someone, get mad at the fucking proper people, the law enforcement that is like clearly botching this investigation so far. Like, how the fuck are people supposed to assume that this dude is like how are people supposed to know that this dude is like a fucking a possible pedophile, kidnapper / murderer? Like, that is insane. Do you expect that? But yeah, the reason why I'm bringing this up also is because like he also shared Celeste's story in 2023. This was Celeste's Instagram account. Dean Blunt Lover 444 was her Instagram account, which is once again strange because like at that point she's like 13, you know? And then there are the reposts as well. LAPD homicide detectives search a house tied to David in the murder of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. TMZ reports investigators left late Wednesday with a computer and several evidence bags. But once again, what I am confused by is, more than anything else, is that there is so much evidence tying this musician, this singer-songwriter, directly back to, at best, a minor that he was very clearly grooming and was very clearly in a relationship with. And then they found this minor's body decomposing in the front trunk of the same musician's Tesla. What more do you need? Like, what more would the investigators need in this situation to be like, I think it might be him? What the fuck?
I know, like why have they not arrested this guy?
Okay, which is insanely unlikely. The fact that they're not like looking at this as a homicide investigation, like, what is this? What is this? Like, do people's lives just not matter? Is that what it is? If you're like poor and you're Hispanic, you're like a little Hispanic girl from a poor neighborhood and you're minor, like your life is just so worthless. Think about the amount of money and the amount of manpower that was spent on the Charlie Kirk killer, right? Like, Charlie Kirk was a human being, but so is Celeste. What the fuck are we doing? It's obvious that, at least in the eyes of law enforcement, there's like clearly a double standard, which blows my fucking mind. 3 cops got killed yesterday and there's no outrage from it. Oh, is that the York one?
Yeah.
If there's no outrage or not a lot of media coverage on it, I suspect it's probably like MAGA affiliated. Who knows? Maybe not, but you know, that's usually how it goes. Remember when right wingers kill someone, they didn't kill someone. It's still a left winger, you know? If they can tie it back to Trantifa, oh boy, you know? So basically, I covered the song that this was like unreleased but leaked, where he makes mentions to Celeste. There are 2 different Celestes here as well. The shush tattoo also might imply that there was a secret that they were both keeping. Obviously, I think you understand what that secret is. The secret is that she is a super minor and he is not. Okay? A clip from the deleted Twitch VOD on David's channel has been found with Celeste from the past. With Celestes from the past. 2 Celestes. I believe there is one. Yes, the victim Celeste, not the decoy one. Same hoodie in this picture. There are 2 different Celestes that he was hanging out with as well, which I don't know if it was like some fucked up sociopathic, like 5-head dispersion. But yeah, there is like a of age Celeste, and then there is a minor Celeste.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good there? Oh, thank you, Mitchell Condrio.
I gotta start with him if you even. We need to delete it.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Oh, yo!
In hindsight, his shirts were odd. Bitch, I have that same shirt. Calm down, okay? I wear that shirt too, bro. I have the same one. Also, once again, the actors that he hired in his music videos also suspiciously look like the victim as well. And this is from like years, okay? This is 4 years at this point. Like all the way from 2022 onward. David, during his Genius interview for Romantic Homicide in 2022, said it's kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it in a way.
So what inspired the hook, "In the back of my mind you died," is kind of like the storytelling aspect of the lyrics that came before it, in a way that it builds up to the big moment where she died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind,
But I think
she
you
died.
did.
And I didn't even cry, not a single tear. I've seen people online take different meanings and interpretations from that one part of the song.
I
Where
think
it's
you
like
killed
it's
her.
their past selves that's dying. And they're not even crying about it because they're evolved, they become better people, or have killed addictions and other different stuff like that. So I think it's very powerful in that.
Bro, it's so crazy. Down to the fucking lyrics, down to like the premiere of the music video being on Celeste's birthday. Davis' song Decide dropped on March 28, 2022. Celeste, born September 10th, was only 11. The lyrics "Save Your Tears, 7 years," point to her being 18 in the future. People say they've been talking since she was 11. Yeah, there's another lyric that's like also a super famous one too, right? Where it's like where he's like talking about the time he has to wait. It's called "Here with Me." Yeah, it's like in hindsight, it comes across like almost all of his songs were about his pedophilic obsession with an 11-year-old dude, and like what he was intending to do in the future. Like this is one of the most insane stories I have ever fucking heard in my what is it? I can't describe what I'm feeling. All I know is we're going home. Watch the sunrise along the coast. So please don't let me go. Don't let me go. And if it's right, I don't care how. Yeah, this is the part, which is so
It
crazy. 'Cause
sounds
that's
like a
the
child
most viral
molester.
part of that fucking song. That was his song, chat. Even I know this song, and I don't even listen to music. I didn't even know that this dude was the dude that made this song. Don't cancel me, brother. I think this guy's a bad person. Wow, controversial take. I gotta be divisive here. This guy's a bad person. Don't cancel me. Controversial take, chatter. A suspected alleged killer / pedophile kidnapper groomer who left little breadcrumbs in his incredibly viral hits about his pedophilic relationship with an 11-year-old. Wow. I mean, there's two routes here: jail, perma jail, or fucking become a prominent fixture of the Trump administration. So that's who knows? Because the speculation now is that given how much he's talked about this like relationship,
That's
that he had,
actually
this
so
grooming, like statutory rape relationship that he had with this minor, all of the lyrics that talk about like how long it takes. I don't care if it's right. I don't care how long it takes. Is like about the implication is that it's about how he is supposedly waiting for her to turn 18. Yeah, he also held funerals at his shows. David reportedly brings a casket, a wreath, and notepad with a pencil for people to write letters to the deceased during his shows while on tour.
Now, why don't talk about the artists do that?
But like that stuff, obviously from the fan base perspective, is like they just look at that as like, you know, like all of this hits different with hindsight. Do you understand? Like there's no indication or suspicion that you would ever have beyond like, oh, this is spectacle, this is performance. You know what I mean? But then when all of the puzzle pieces fall in the place that they're supposed to fall, all of a sudden it looks insane. Like before, prior to all of this knowledge, it comes across as like, oh, just, you know, symbolism, pageantry, whatever, right? But then when you look at it, when you look back at it with your knowledge now, in the aftermath of this fucking incident, you develop a very different realization. Yeah, if it wasn't for the mom identifying the body, none of this would have come to light. Exactly. And if it wasn't like a matching tattoo and the mom basically saying, oh, she had a tattoo of shush on her finger, and was dating a guy named David at the time of her going missing. And then people realizing that David also has a tattoo of shush on the same fucking finger. This would not have been, like, considering how much they had flubbed this investigation thus far and are still continuing to do so, because unfortunately, people like this are discardable. People like this are not seen as like real human beings that are worthy of a proper investigation by the authorities. Clearly, that it seemed like he probably would have gotten away with it. I don't think you know proper investigation. What do you mean, brother? If a 13-year dude, when Gabby Petito went missing, it became a national news story. When Gabby Petito went missing, it became a national news story. She was not a public figure, okay? But she was from an upper middle class white family, okay? She played a role. When Celeste went missing, clearly nobody gave a shit. And this happens all the fucking time. There's a reason why Jeffrey Epstein, for example, would scout out girls from poor backgrounds and poor neighborhoods. This happens a lot more frequently than you think it does. Do you understand? There are those who law enforcement do not care about and do not place a lot of emphasis on, do not place a lot of time and effort into finding justice for. Okay? There is a two-tier justice system, and it certainly exists from a class dynamic as well. This happens so frequently with black and brown girls, young girls, and native indigenous women, especially. There are thousands of stories like this in this country. I think Gabby was a YouTuber. No. Her YouTube page was marginal. It was like tiny at the time. Anyway, is there an organization that works to highlight these missing people? Isn't there something called moonlighting or some shit where the cops drive out indigenous girls who freeze to death? I don't know.
Yep.
What would they have done differently if she was rich? The moment that her family said that she was missing, they would have conducted a proper investigation to figure out, to figure out like who she was seen with prior to her going missing. They would have most likely figured out that she was dating a David who at the time was developing a blossoming music career. They would have looked at the age differences because she went missing in 2024. At that point, David was already a known figure. Apparently, the brother told LAPD that David probably heard her and they shrugged him off last year. I can totally see that happening as well. What is this? I wouldn't want them to be influenced by the LGBT until they fully understand their mind and body. And it seems that the LGBT is pushing for younger and younger kids to make that switch to be who they are when they don't even understand themselves as people yet.
What?
Yeah.
Are you talking
Me, when
about?
I see an Indian person, bro said minors are too young to figure out their sexual orientation, but apparently not so young that you can predate on them, you know? That is crazy. Anyway, anytime people are like, wow, it's suspicious. The LGBT is suspicious. They're trying to take our minors. He's like, you like this guy? No, bro, I don't fucking know anything about this guy. I met him one time for 30 seconds and he was like super nice. How the fuck am I supposed to know what his background is? I didn't even know he was like Christian until I saw TikToks
It's the
of him
Donald
talking
Trump
about
defense.
like Christian, what Christianity means for him or something. I think he's like a prayer TikTok or some shit, which I thought was like weird. Anyway, also, I will be real. As good as I am at reading
Christianity
world
doesn't
affairs,
help for
okay,
me. That doesn't
as
help.
evidenced by
That doesn't help.
Spiker, my locks for this year, basically coming true. Okay. I am horrible at reading people. It seems. I mean, it's evidenced by a lot of people that I have been endlessly charitable to in my career. Because as long as someone is like nice to me, I just assume they're a nice person. I am a bit of a fool when it comes to a bit of a sucker and a bit of a fool because I always assume the best in people when I meet them. Like there's never a moment where I assume that like someone I meet is even a remotely bad person, let alone a fucking pedophile murderer potentially. Obviously, no one thinks that, right? So don't listen to my judgment on whether Or rather, listen to my judgment when I am suspicious of someone, because that means they are laying it on thick, okay?
Examiner in Los Angeles has identified the body found in the trunk of a car registered to the singer known as David earlier this month. Now, they say that she's a 15-year-old girl who disappeared last year. The musician is on tour now, but his show last night was canceled. Elise Preston has more.
On Wednesday, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office said the severely decomposed human remains found in the trunk of this Tesla last week belonged to 15-year-old Celeste Rivas. Multiple media reports say the vehicle is registered to singer David Anthony Burke, better known by his stage name, David. Police found Rivas's body inside the Tesla on September 8th. After responding to reports of a foul odor at the Hollywood tow yard.
The fuck are we talking about? Of course it was canceled. Brother, it literally wasn't.
I got
when
a
they
scenario
found the body.
challenge for that one.
He kept doing tour dates. Only after the victim was identified a week later, due to the mother recognizing the tattoo on her finger. Only after that did he cancel his show tonight in Seattle. He is not in custody.
Where the car had been impounded. The Tesla had been towed days earlier from Hollywood Hills, where one neighbor said it had been abandoned for weeks.
It hurts. It hurts.
Friends and neighbors say they're surprised by Rivas's death.
When I met her, she was very lively, just like all giggly.
Rivas, a resident of Riverside County, was reported missing in April 2024. When police said they received a report that she had run away from home. The medical examiner said Rivas appeared to have been deceased for an extended period of time and noted a distinctive tattoo on her right index finger. Images showed David had a similar tattoo on his finger. Representative.
She's like, I gotta tell my parents. They're figuring it out. And he's like, you can't tell your parents. They'll bribe me for the rest of my life, or they'll like, they'll extort me the rest of my life and all this shit. And she's like, no, my parents are finding out. I gotta tell them. And he's like, you can't tell them. They'll fucking end my career. And she's like, well, I gotta tell them. They're my parents. I love them or whatever. So he killed her. I bet you. What else can they do when they get in a situation like that? They've either got to kill the girl. Or what? Then she tells the parents and they either take an NDA with him or take his money or blackmail and extort him. Or, which is probably what happens sometimes. Or I bet a whole range of things happens. Or more likely, he kills her. Which is so fucked up. We know that these weird sickos kill girls all the time. That's something that they do. They're not above that. It's weird. I hate it. Fucking weird sickos.
For the singer have not responded to our request for comment. David had been scheduled to perform a show in Seattle Wednesday night before it was canceled. For CBS Mornings, I'm Elise Preston.
Yeah, I think he might be canceled. You
President
think?
Trump says he will designate
I think this guy's been
Antifa
canceled.
as a major terror.
All right. Now we're gonna get back to the horrible reality.
This is over. I'm done with this.
Trump has declared Antifa I'm going to read this bar for bar because it's very important. A sick, dangerous, radical left disaster, a major terrorist organization. I will be strongly recommended for those funding Antifa be thoroughly investigated in accordance with the highest legal
Antifa
standards
isn't real,
and
you
practices.
idiot.
Thank you for your attention. to this matter.
It's so dumb.
All right, so this is very important. It's extremely important because what and I gotta find the right words here. What is Antifa?
It's not
You know
real.
what it is? Antifa is short for anti-fascist.
Which is pretty much
It's not
half
a
the
single
country.
organization.
Yeah,
A
half the
loose
country.
movement made up of people and groups who oppose fascism, far-right extremism, white supremacy, and authoritarianism. I think it started, like 1930s. 1930s, started like 1930s. It's like an anti-Nazi resistance group. I believe that's where it started. So, I'm really confused here. right here, I'm a little bit baffled because it's not a group. I I I don't. Maybe I'm dumb. I might be stupid.
No,
I might be, and
I
it's
don't think
okay.
so.
I like to learn. I might not know things. But from what I understood is that Antifa is merely a mindset more than it is a actual group.
Yeah.
It it's a decentralized set of tactics.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like a
Decentralized set of tactics is a really good way to put it. It's like, yeah, like I wasn't kidding. You think I'm being hyperbolic for no reason? For what? For my 2 viewership? No, I'm not kidding. It's the actual goddamn toasted toad's truth. Antifa doesn't exist. It's not some fantasy that I have. It's some fantasy that they've got. Like I said, I wish with all my heart Antifa did exist. It's rare. I've dealt with a lot of depression all my life because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Trust me.
somehow it's this boogie mind of the far right imagination. It's like a formal organization. I'd, is he weaponizing semantics? Is that what's going on here? This is so devoid of a logical or legal coherence. I think this is like purely a political act. Not even sure. It doesn't address any real world threat at all. I think it's just making a spectral foe that can be aimed at any dissent or any progress or any protest or any challenge to the established order. Because like, how do you fight a ghost? You can't. You can't fight a ghost. But you can use the fear of that ghost to justify anything. You rally your base around a shared phantom. You can pass draconian laws and empower security states, all to combat a noun that has been forcibly incorrectly verbed into
Oh, you have to
existence
loot it?
as
I
a
didn't
unified
know.
entity. That's what's happening here. Antifa,
Oops.
right? Okay, let's get this. Let's get this right here. It is short for anti-fascist. It is by its very nature and historical precedent an oppositional stance, a reaction. It's not an institution. It has no member roles.
Yeah,
No
there's no
headquarters,
no
no leaders
organization.
that you can
Hey, look, I did my video before so I have done the content that he did on this 9,000 view video. I just did that live on my stream too. Sorry, kitty, I didn't mean to bump you. I love you. Good kitty, good kitty. I did the same content. I was like, Antifa doesn't exist. You're a goddamn moron. It doesn't exist. We're all depressed because it doesn't exist. You're fucking stupid. You guys are so dumb. You're so dumb. You're like waving at ghosts. Because that's how dumb you are. We are making fun of you for it. You're goddamn dumb. You're dumb. This guy's about to make fun of you for it, and I feel validated. I'm about to make fun of you for it. Trust me. I just took you this year on my stream. It's on my channel somewhere. I can go pull the No Kings protest where you can see what supposedly Antifa is, which is a bunch of old grandmas sitting around cussing Donald Trump because their fucking social security might get taken away. There's no organized anybody. Nobody's organized there. There's a person who bought a couple loudspeakers and some speakers and stuff so that they can say poetry and wish Donald Trump a happy birthday or whatever, and it like kind of jokingly, and it's just weird. But that's it. That's okay. If you're mad at the people who bring the speakers to the protests, yeah, those people, that's probably the Robinsons, the Robinson family down the street. They probably thought that maybe they would loan Uncle Tim his their PA and speaker and stuff because he seems to care a lot about his social security bill. Or sorry, social security checks. So honestly, it's like, yeah, like you get mad. Like I think like, yeah, you're mad at the Robinsons. You remember that song, The Robinsons? So here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And that's literally who I think of when you say Antifa. I'm like, oh, you mean the Robinsons? That's how dumb and fucking isolated and retarded and weird right wingers are. They're like dumb and they are like quite mentally retarded. They think that Antifa exists, and I don't know. You'd have to be pretty retarded. It's like.
to a summit. No man.
That one's real wrong. That one's like, I'm always going to clown them over that one. Antifa, yeah, we're terrorists. I'm Antifa. Go ahead. Throw me in prison for terrorism, I guess. I am Antifa. I really fucking hate fascists. Maybe the last 4 years of this stream that I published on my YouTube channel might be also proof of that. But yeah, I really fucking hate fascists. Yeah, I kind of do. My fuck, he's cool. I love his hair. I like his sunglasses. I'm fucking jealous of him. My fuck, he's so much cooler than me. I wish I was like 24 again. I had the goatee and the beard and everything. I was so cool when I was 24 like him or whatever. This kid's like probably 24, 27, something like that. He's got the fro. Yeah, there's no white hair here, is it? No, he's older. He's like 33 or something like that. But he's like about 10, 15 years younger than me, and he's in his prime. And I'm so jealous of him. He looks so fucking cool.
Beyond the foundational.
He's also cool. I like this guy a lot. Sarah's TV, at least I think he's cool. I don't know anything about him.
And one you would think to broadly agree, principle that fascism is bad and should be actively opposed. That's basically what Antifa is.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. There's no organization.
It's not a group. It's like codename Kids Next Door a little bit.
Things that do not exist. Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, uncorrupt politicians, Antifa. Things that do not exist. Things that do not exist. Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, politicians who aren't corrupt, Antifa.
But they're like codename Kids Next Door is in their imagination. It's like, oh my god. Anti-fascism is American.
It's like it is American. It's a thing. It's half the country. It's got to be probably 200 million people or something. It's insane. It is like half the country. Really. I swear to God. If you go on down to say, what's a good example of it? What do they call that at the football games when they all get together? You know, a tailgate party. Go on down to a Super Bowl tailgate party. And you will understand that Americans really, really don't like being told what to do. And you'd be surprised how deep that sentiment runs. Most of them have no idea Trump even exists. That's the sad part. That's how fucking disconnected they are. A bunch of them really have no idea Trump even exists. They know he's president, and that's about it. That's what's so funny about this, and they think the whole country's being torn apart, but no, quite a lot of us are ignorant that Trump's even president. That's how fucking single-minded we are, and we're not worried about that. We're not, a bunch of us just have no idea Trump even exists. I know this. And I know because I've met them. And I know these people. I met these people all this. I know a whole bunch of them. And you will understand Americans don't like being told what to do. That is an ethos. You could call it Antifa. We used to call it freedom in the pursuit of happiness, but now that the Republicans are in power, we call it Antifa. but it's still half of America, 200 million people or something like that, who believe in the freedom of pursuit of happiness and really don't like being told what to do. So you're never going to get around that. I know you want to choke fuck hold everybody and everything you've ever met before, control everything and everyone, because you're a little shitty anal nerd, fucking, anal retentive right-wing nerd. You have to control everything and everyone, and you're unhappy with everything and everyone. That doesn't really matter. Like, Antifa doesn't exist, It's not this thing that you can go and shoot with your gun. It's not going to happen. It's an idea. It's kind of like Batman. Man, Batman's so evil. We have to go stop Batman now. It's like that. It's like literally like that. Batman. I need to edit right. Santa Claus, Batman, Easter Bunny. Politicians who aren't corrupt. Antifa. Things that do not exist. Santa Claus, Batman, Easter Bunny, politicians who aren't corrupt, and Antifa.
Fundamentally American.
List of things that do not exist. List of things that do not exist. Absolutely. I love my comment. I think it's just as good as his content, kind of.
It was a literal rallying cry that sent millions of young Americans to die on foreign beaches to defeat the most explicit fascist regime in history. But now, in a study, I can only describe it as an
they want to be the Nazis.
The act of opposing fascism has been
American. That's been American since the 30s.
As itself a terrorist activity.
What?
I think we're creating like a dizzying circular logic where the label of fascist is dismissed as hysterical name calling, while the label of anti-fascist is treated with the grave seriousness of a CIA threat assessment. This is kind of scary, and I understand with the height of the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk that people are, using the term randomly to call anybody they disagree with a fascist in that capacity, and I grasp that. That is sucky. That is garbage. I do agree with that. But I don't think this is about public safety. I think this is about pure narrative control. And I'd like to point this out. A lot of people have asked me, why are there so many conservatives? Why are there so many young men that are conservatives? It's because conservatives have authenticity.
I love this game. It's got good combat like New World. They jacked New World. I kept trying to place the game that it feels like, and it's New World. It plays like New World.
So he genuinely
it's genuinely good.
The worst tactics to get rid of them, and there's a joy to that authenticity, because if you think immigrants are responsible for all the issues and you get rid of them, then people are happy they're grabbing people off the street. That's what happens. That's reality. What's going on?
Grabbing people off the street.
But hear me out here. By officially designating this amorphous concept as a terrorist group, the administration, and specifically Donald Trump, performs a rhetorical sleight of hand that does two things with one gesture. Let me tell you the two things it does. It elevates every window smashed at a protest, every street ball with right-wing agitators, to the level of a coordinated international terror campaign, thereby justifying an extreme and militarized response. And it simultaneously tars every single person who shows up to the protest to police brutality, income inequality, and any form of systematic injustice with the same broad brush, creating a guilt by association atmosphere where any dissent can be preemptively framed as terrorism adjacent. It's chilling free speech and assembly under the implied threat of being tracked, monitored, and persecuted, not for a specific crime, but for holding a philosophy they find inconvenient. Antifa is like a genuine, it's just anti-fascist. I don't get it. The legal and practical ramifications are a nightmare of contradictions and overreach that should terrify anyone. I mean anyone, whether you're conservative, liberal, who believes in a justice system. How do you indict an idea? How do you charge someone with the crime of being anti-fascist? The only way to operationalize
you can't. You just have to call the person who suggested doing that a fucking idiot. A fucking idiot. You can't. It's in any debate they're gonna lose. Any court of law, they're going to lose. Any contract, they're going to lose. Because you can't actually justify this. You the only thing you can do is call the person who proposed this idiot thing, like making Antifa considered a terrorist group. Call them an idiot. Because that's all you can do. Antifa doesn't exist. It's like saying, we're doing a manhunt for Batman now. No, you're just a fucking idiot. I mean, yeah, you could probably go do a manhunt for Batman. Yeah, you could go do but it still makes, you could go do a bit. It still makes you, and it doesn't make you anything. You could go do a manhunt IRL for Batman. You're still an idiot. Doesn't change it. You'd still be an idiot. Ruffle now. You could go do a manhunt IRL for Batman, which is what this Antifa hunt thing is. Doesn't change it. You'd still be an idiot, which is what makes this thing is ripe for comedy. This premise is ripe for comedy. This premise is ripe for comedy. God damn. Antifa snipe hunt. God, it's like a goddamn Antifa snipe hunt. Goddamn Antifa snipe hunt is so funny to me. I don't care if it's funny to other people. It's funny to me. Goddamn Antifa snipe hunt. Snipe hunt is such a fucking funny phrase, and that's what this is. It's the search for. It's the search for something that doesn't exist. There's something that white boys do, usually Republican white boys do. It's so funny. It is snipe hunt. It's something. It's like a weird Texas. Like they talked about it on King of the Hill and South Park and stuff. It's something that the men do in America that's kind of hilarious, and it's really cheesy, but it is something like, you know, it's rite of passage stuff. Men take their sons on snipe hunts. Sometimes their daughters too. And they don't tell you what a snipe is. And they don't warn you what to do. And often they leave your ass out all night, or sometimes for like a week or something. They'll leave your ass out there in the middle of the wilderness for like a day to like 3 days to like a week. And the whole secret is the parents anyways, the father usually. This is a father-son thing usually. The father is tracking the kid the whole entire time. The kid doesn't know this, and this is the first time that the kid, this is usually a rite of passage thing around the age of 13. And so the father hands the kid usually a rifle, and it's like, make it out on the land. I want you to go out and hunt the nearby hills for a snipe, and I want you to bring me a snipe back. And the kid's like, what the fuck is a snipe? And you're like, oh, I can't tell you what it is or what it looks like. I need you to just bring it back to me. That's the manhood challenge. And the kid's like, yeah, right, Dad. There's no such thing as a fucking snipe. What's a snipe? And then it's like, you can't look, you can't cheat, or you won't be considered a real man. You can't look on the internet. You can't look on the Google. You can only go prove you're a man and hunt the snipe. And you can't cheat. You can't lie. If you didn't catch the snipe, oh no, you're going to have to go catch the snipe. And don't come home until you do catch the snipe, or you're not a real man. I don't trust you to take care of your mother or your sister. And we found out later that tons of men all throughout America, when this story, like, it passed across people's lips and stuff, and it was carried down from some old Native American tradition, I think. But so then a ton of men in the 50s and 60s, they like, in 70s especially, in 80s, they subjected their kids to snipe hunts. Now my father did this to me, which is how I know about it. It's just kind of funny. And like, snipe hunts are hilarious, and they were made fun of on like South Park and like in King of the Hill, because it is like a boys' rite of passage thing that's quite hilarious. And the whole part of the problem with it is it is a form of psychological terror, because you're like left. It is a terror. It's a form of abuse, quite a bad form of one too. It's like you abandon your kid, you teach them that they're going to have to face abandonment sooner or later, but it's very abrupt and sort of very not very warning or anything. You warn them, but you're like, we're going on a snipe hunt soon, and then you take them on the snipe hunt. They're not thinking about the snipe hunt until you do it, and you don't really warn them how bad it's going to be. You take their ass up to the mountains or at some campsite or something, and you're like, come back with a snipe, and I'm not coming back for 3 solid days. Today's Thursday, and I'll be back on Saturday afternoon to get you, and you better have found the snipe by then. And if you find it earlier, go and send up a smoke signal from the beginning of the trail, and I'll come. Right, and that's where I'll be. Right, but the father usually just follows the kid and gets drunk and has the time of his life, watching the kids make their first steps, towards independence, watching what they would do if faced with having to make a camp for the night. It's actually not that bad of a survival premise, but it's also abusive to do to a child, because the whole time their mind is running wild on what a snipe is. So, and we know how bad people are scared of snipes now. It's kind of funny. We know how bad the psychological damage it was, because some of these little kids are little snot-nosed kids who are like fucking like terrified of everything, and they're just pussies. They're timid boys. They're just timid little boys, and so they let their minds run completely wild on what a snipe is, and they go out and they end up like killing a bear or something like that, bringing back the bear corpse, and the father's like, what the fuck did you do? And they'll kill boars and bears, and then they'll go out and they'll like try and find something. They end up just finding some terrible animal that they kill, and it's fucking fucked up. There's been tons of stories out of this. Sorry, kid, I didn't mean to bump you. You okay? Sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. Yeah, and the snipe hunt is pure America, like apple pie and all this. But the thing is, the snipe isn't real. That's why I said goddamn Antifa snipe hunt, which is actually so funny. It's goddamn it. I write my best material on YouTube comments for other people's fucking videos. I really do. The goddamn Antifa snipe hunt. And that's what it is. It's a snipe hunt. It's something that doesn't exist. Antifa doesn't exist. There's the same thing as snipes. They've been doing this. Goddamn Antifa snipe hunt. Doesn't change things, you'd still be an idiot. Doesn't change it, you'd still be an idiot. You could go do a manhunt IRL for Batman, which is kind of what I think of when I think they're gonna chase Antifa now. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go chase Batman or the Easter Bunny? You can't catch something that isn't real. You idiots, you can't catch something that isn't real. Goddamn Antifa snipe hunt morons. What are you going to do? You can't catch something that isn't real. You can't shoot something that isn't real. You can't shoot something that isn't real. Goddamn Antifa snipe hunt. Fucking snipe on is so stupid. It's so American and so white boy. It's so Republican. Usually you give the kid a gun, and you're like, okay, you're gonna have ROTC in the 9th grade, but it's the summer of the 8th grade, right? And you know that your son's like got fuzzy hair in his pits, and he's noticed that girl down the streets, and he can't stop writing love poetry or singing about her and stuff. And you know that your son's going through a thing or whatever, and you got to help him. So you abandon his ass in the mountains for 3 days with nothing but a pellet gun and a dream. Which is what snipe hunts are. It's so funny. And it's like this metaphor for the reason or logic leaving the right wing's conservative bubble. It's just like leaving it, and then they're like, Antifa's out to get us, we've got to go get them. And it's like, sure, go get the snipes. Go get those snipes. Go get those snipes, Oh, those dirty snipes. They've been fucking with us so bad since we were young. Go catch that snipe, you fucking moron. That shit is ripe for comedy. I don't know why the Antifa thing is so funny to me, but it is. It's so dumb. It's actually so dumb. And you know what it reminds me of is that it's the level of dumb of when 50 Cent made that comment on on P Diddy's fucking Instagram. He was riding a bike, and 50 Cent was like, there's no seat on that bike. that's the level of absurdity that there's so many absurd things about that joke. It's on so many different levels. There's no seat on that bike, right? That's how bad I want to troll these idiot Republicans. That's how dumb they are. There's no seat on that Republican's bike, because that's how dumb they are. They're going off on their Antifa snipe hunt now. And it's like, man, if you had ever actually attended a protest, instead of just calling us, I don't know, narco commies or whatever, you would understand that it's your grandma's down there. Yeah, probably Trump's grandma, frankly, is like down there. Not Trump's grandma, of course, because he's rich. But I mean, your grandma is probably down there at that protest, worried that they're going to shut down her goddamn Social Security checks. So she came down with her prayer circle or whatever. That's what you see at this shit. Either that or it's young kids like looking to riot. And yeah, that shit sucks. But I mean, it's over in a day. And nobody gets hurt. I mean, people get hurt, but they don't die usually. It's not this thing that they were terrified of that starts a war or something or a bunch of death. It's not usually like that. Like Hassan filmed the No Kings protest right down there in the freeway in LA. I mean, he was fine. I mean, not a lot of terrible things happen at these things. A bunch of fascists fire rubber bullets at you and smoke grenades for and represent the right wing, which is weird because you would think that the right wing might actually want you to enjoy your right for assembly. But no, they shoot you with rubber bullets with their pigs that were trained by fucking literally Gestapo Nazis. If you don't believe me about this, their riot pigs were trained by Hans Scharf. They were. Hans Scharf is the fucking league Gestapo interrogator that we brought here in the 50s, gave him complete clemency, even though he killed a whole bunch of American fucking spies and our good soldiers and stuff. Even though he tortured and interrogated a whole bunch of spies and soldiers, we gave him a clean bill and we had him teach the FBI, the cops, and the fucking feds how to interrogate criminals and shit and do Gestapo tactics stuff and stuff like smoke grenades and rubber bullets and sound warfare and shit like this, right? That's all shit the Gestapo came up with in the 30s and shit to suppress Jews and other people on the other sides and that they were fighting in war. So we brought them here and we taught our pigs how to fucking fire fucking smoke pellets into a crowd like good Nazis. Because they don't want the Jews they don't want the poor people in America to assemble in a big place and start talking shit about the fucking right-wing goddamn despot that took over their country. So they fire gas grenades at your feet. The Gestapo did it. We do it. And the Gestapo taught us how to do it too, and I mean, that's what you see at protests. There's the kind, like young punker kids that are there who refuse to engage in violence. There's all of the older people that are there for political reasons and stuff that are just there to hold a sign or something like that and show that they cared. There's the grandmas who are terrified of their Social Security check going away or that sort of thing. There's usually some racial element because usually the white people are the white right-wingers are usually targeting somebody like ISIS targeting Mexicans or that kind of thing. And so they fire smoke grenades to dispel the crowd because it gets rioty. We get angry at them. We get really angry at them when they start showing up in black with riot shields and fucking pig batons and riot, fucking helicopters and fucking smoke pellet grenades to make your girlfriend choked damn near to death and everybody gets trampled and shit like this. And nobody really likes that because the protest usually doesn't ever get violent. That's counterproductive to a peaceful protest. Almost all American protests are peaceful since, I might remind you, Kent State, where a fucking rent-a-pig bastard took a shotgun and blew off a goddamn hippie girl's head right in front of goddamn 400 people or something like that. The Kent State murder.
On May 4th, 1970.
And
the
this is
Ohio
why,
National Guard opened
this is
fire-
why we don't like them when they show up in pigs and riot gear and shit. The last time they did that was the peaceful Vietnam protests. You can see these people are this is the same crowd that you'll see at the No Kings protests. It is the same crowd that I saw at the No Kings protests. A bunch of normies standing around with their fists in the fucking air, trying to be like, you know, no more war. No more war. No more treating the Mexicans like shit. No more white nationalism. No problems. No more corruption. No more child molestation. You know, no more. No more. No more war. No more war. No more war. You know, simple stuff like that, right? And that's what a protest is. It has nothing to do with these jackbooted thugs that the right wing thinks that Antifa is, that they dreamed up in their mind. That's what the pigs at the riots are. The pigs are the jackbooted thugs dressed up in black in riot gear with smoke pellets and fucking batons and tear gas and sound warfare, shock grenades and fucking, you know, flashbangs and shit like this. Loud drones and loud shit scare you. Big lines of pigs that go all the way across the boulevard, you know, because there's like 70 of them in a big fucking line and shit like this. And yeah, those guys, they're the jackbooted, terrible terrorist thugs that fucking do get people trampled, killed, smoked out, fucked out. And remember, we've got a legal, God-given American right, or whatever you fucking believe in, or whatever. God-given American right to assemble. Our founding fathers wanted us to be able to do that. Because if we don't, you know, the corruption gets absolute. So when we did this in Kent State because of the Vietnam War, the fucking pigs lost their cool and fucking shot a bunch of hippies for no fucking reason. Shot them to death. And this is why Antifa doesn't exist, because we know what they would do. This is why Antifa doesn't exist. It's because the jackbooted thugs will show up at your goddamn door with a battering ram. They'll say you have a meth lab and they'll black bag abduct your fucking ass because they don't like dissent.
4th, 1970. The Ohio.
They manufacture consent. They don't like dissent. Their business is consent. They want you to consent to whatever world they build.
National Guard opened fire.
They manufacture consent like Noam Chomsky. Which, by the way, I can't believe I'm quoting Noam Chomsky, because he was in Jeffrey's Black Book on the Lolita Express. And it invalidates pretty much everything he's ever said. But I mean, he said a bunch of really, really good stuff for about 40 years about how all they really want to do is manufacture consent. That's their real goal. They just want us to shut up and do what they say. That's all they really want. They don't even want to logically lead us. They don't want a better future. They don't care about us surviving or the kids being retards. They don't care about any of that stuff or any of it, or the lead poisoning or the water poisoning or killing all the Native American people by poisoning their river and all that other stuff that they did. They don't give a shit. They mainly just want us to do what they say. If you do that, they won't kill you. If you don't, they will.
Protesting the Vietnam War.
I always do whatever they tell me to do. If they tell me to get down on my fucking knees, unless I'm in an active high-speed chase with them and I have some chance of evading them, I do what they say every single fucking time. I'm a pussy like that because I know if I stand out to them at all, I mean, I don't always do what they say. Like, for instance, one time I fought a judge for like half an hour for a traffic ticket that I talked him out of, because I was like, no. I can call this police officer a Nazi to his face if he pulls me over for a malfunctioning fucking brake light, but then busts me for an empty beer can under my right under my right passenger seat that my friend drank. That is Nazi bullshit. He came for a malfunctioning brake light. He stayed for busting us for drugs, and that is a Nazi thing to do. It's Gestapo tactics. He was like, why do you keep calling this police officer a Nazi to his face right here in the court? It's insane. It's incredibly hurtful. I can't let you do this in public. And I was like, yes, you can. I will tell you why. He asked me permission to search my car. I told his ass no. He laughed in my face and he says, now I'm just going to tow your car and then search it. And that's exactly what he did. I had my rights trampled by a piece of shit pig when I was like 24 or something like that. So I went to court calling him a Nazi to the fucking judge's face. When I told him I did not give consent for search, the judge is like, I'm sorry you face this, sir. I'm sorry you feel this way. It is unfortunate that the Wheat Ridge police have treated you like this. We don't wish to take this matter any further. You have yourself a nice day. And I was like, oh, okay. And he was like, yep. If you did not give him permission to search and he searched anyways, I don't want to pursue this any further. And I was like, I don't either, motherfucker. And I just wanted to call a Nazi what he fucking is. And I said that in court too. I said it verbatim like I said it right now. And I won that case. I walked out of that motherfucker. I had nothing to win and nothing to lose.
Leaving 4 students.
I did. I talked my way out of that one. I fucking talked my way out of the brake light. I talked my way out of the fucking empty beer can under the right seat, which was empty. You know, what is that? It's empty container and then an illegal search where they threw my friend Cody in the back of a fucking car because he had gang tattoos, and I never did see Cody ever again after that. I never did see Cody ever again after that. That's the sort of shit the pigs fucking do. To me, it was like a black bag abduction. We were like best friends and shit, you know what I'm saying? I forgot all about this. It's been goddamn 17 years or something. But yeah, because Cody was drinking a beer, a fucking Keystone Light in my fucking Ford Explorer. They rolled us. They fucked me for a fucking defective tail light, which wasn't even defective. It was a lie. So then they were like, you have an empty beer can under your thing. Not to mention the gram of methamphetamine I had in my wallet that I handed you with my ID in it. But yeah, I didn't, get in your drug dogs who missed that because my fucking wallet probably smells like ass or whatever. But yeah, the drug dog missed the gram of meth that was in my wallet, and we didn't say shit about that. But they did bust us for the fucking open container. When they saw Cody's gang tattoos, because he had been in prison with this white gang and shit. Like fucking, not that I usually hang out with people like that, but I mean, Cody wasn't a white racist weirdo. His fucking gang was, but he himself was not like that. He wasn't like that. We knew he wasn't. He was a car booster. We knew that his whole life he was probably just going to steal cars. That's what it was his favorite thing to do. I don't think, white gangs had anything to do with that. I think he just went to prison a lot for stealing cars and joined white gangs so he wouldn't get raped, But he wasn't a white gang member himself. He was not a fucking extremist or anything like that. He wasn't like that. He was actually quite the hip-hopper black kid, essentially, even though he was white. He was definitely a wigger. So it's weird, but I never saw my friend Cody ever again after that. That was fucked up. Like I went to hear what happened, and he told me, he was like, I went and talked to him on the phone at the prison and shit, and they were like, yeah, they gave me 5 fucking weeks, and I was like, okay, but then I never saw him ever again. I never saw him or heard about him ever again. He went in that prison that one time. I had known him for 5 years or something, and I'd seen him go in 3 different times for 3 different bids, and he was totally fucking fine. That time when they black bagged him over the gang tattoo, when there was no charge, the possession charge, or not possession charge, but the empty container charge was mine because I was the driver and shit. They just rolled him because he had a gang tattoo, and then I never saw him again. And people wonder why I hate pigs. Stuff like that. That's a true story, every word of it.
This tragedy, known as the Kent State incident, further divided a nation.
Yeah, so we had this time once where the biggest debacle in American history almost was Kent State, where a bunch of fucking rent-a-pigs, or whatever you want to call them, campus cops, people who have usually kids around them all the time, fucking opened up on a bunch of hippies and wasted them for no goddamn reason. You want to know what the girl was doing when they shot her? She was dancing up and putting a daffodil in the fucking pig shotgun barrel. And being like, you can't shoot us, you love us, right? And he did. He fucking shot her to death. And when he shot her, they all opened up and they killed, I don't know, let's find out how many fucking hippies. These are hippies. They're not armed. They're peaceful protesters. We've had this right of assembly since we were born in this country, since this country was born. And it's like, you are the jackbooted thugs. You are the fascists. You are the fascists. You show up and you suppress these people who believed all of their life that the founding fathers and voting voting and paying taxes entitle them to the right to assemble to protest. That's something that the founding fathers promised them. Maybe they spent all their lives dreaming of being able to come to America to protest, you know, and not be in a country where you can't do something like that. So I mean, it matters to these fucking people, but and how and what do they get in return? They get rubber bullets, smoke grenades, water, fire hydrants, spraying water, sound warfare, flashbangs, helicopters, bright lights, sulfur stinks, something they do with sulfur. I'm not sure what it is. There's like all this shit that they do. They do bright lights. They roll around in these crazy pig vans that look like they're armed with like chain guns and stuff like this. They roll deep like they're gonna roll a meth lab, but they're just downtown with a bunch of peaceful protesters, usually kids. Frankly, the only people in this country with the time, energy, or whatever you want to call it, chutzpah, to actually protest are generally usually kids. I mean, sometimes adults show up when they're really, really pissed, but I mean, usually it's 18 to 24-year-old kids that these fucking pigs are just trampling, beating with riot shields, batoning and stuff like this. And I want to show you the leftist point of view, which is these are hippies. They're stoned on drugs. They don't have any weapons. You beat the shit out of them and you gas them and you push them around with your shields and you fucking and you blast them in Kent State.
Already torn.
And so we hate you for this. We do hate you for this. You are the problem. Antifa's not the problem. Antifa doesn't exist like Batman. You know what I'm saying? Antifa is Batman if it did exist, because Antifa is trying to stop you from being goddamn what's that shitty villain from Batman? Deadlock? Is it Deadlock? Something like that. He was the prison guard that got too zealous or whatever. You guys are Deadlock. We're Batman.
For U.S. involvement in
We're so Batman compared to you. We show up without weapons like Batman to our peaceful protests to let you know it's not fucking cool to shove us around with your fucking wars or your poverty or your war on the poor or any of this stupid ass shit. And we're Batman. You're the fucking Deadlock asshole who's got his finger on the fucking scale. You know, it's not good. There's all these weird, like, you know, crime and law and order, like metaphors that we use for this, but like, you know, but the protesters are not the bad guy here, and this is just Trump trying to say they are. They're not the bad guy here.
And it had lasting effects on the political.
Kent State scarred us. Kent State was this terrible, terrible warning that, yeah, the Rent-A-Pigs, they might blow your fucking head off with a shotgun even though you aren't armed, if you aren't careful, which is what they did.
Students protested against the Vietnam War in large numbers.
It was hundreds of thousands. It was like this global, almost global movement. It was definitely a national movement, but it was also global. It was every college in the world. It was just insane. It was just insane. And like, you know, and yeah, and this was the last time that they were able to peacefully do this before they just started blasting their heads off with shotguns. That's what they do. That's what they will do. If you show up and peacefully protest to the point where they think you've been there too long, that is something they can't handle as capitalist stooges who have, like, you know, let the corruption take over their politics and such, and they're just corrupt shitheads, right? They're corrupt. They can't allow you to stand there and peacefully protest, because that implies that they don't have any control over you. If they don't have any control over you, then they probably don't have any control over the government. If they don't have any control over the government, then they got no power at all. So they just eventually, sooner or later, they just either trample you to death or they blast your head off with a shotgun like Kent State to make you into an example. Or they put a bomb under your car like Judy Berry or some shit like this. They are the fucking terrorists, not Antifa.
Young people who watch their friends, siblings, and peers being drafted.
The last time I heard about the FBI in a way that really affected me was Judy Berry, and that's motherfucker. They acted like mafia crime bosses, and it was like the beginning of that movie Casino. They blew up. They did this to. I mean, they didn't do this, but I mean, like, yeah, but they do this to people. They put bombs under people's car seats. It's fucking fucked up. The FBI does that. It's fucking fucked up. And like, she sued them and won too. She sued them. Like MLK's wife, Coretta Scott King. She sued the FBI for a conspiracy to murder her husband, and she successfully managed to prove it too. And so then, I mean, if you take a look at that from the outside, it's as if the FBI just full-blown capped MLK, or CIA, I'm not really sure. CIA, or I think it was the FBI she sued. It was the FBI. And like, you know, and that matters kind of because it is confirmation that the CIA and the FBI got out of hand and fucking started capping our luminaries like John Lennon, Martin Luther King.
And by 1970, U.S. involvement in Vietnam had actually begun to decrease.
Malcolm X, RFK, JFK. The list is not short. It just goes on.
Until April 28th. When President Richard Nixon authorized a preemptive strike for troops to cross from South Vietnam into Cambodia.
So we were supposed to save some people, but then he made a preemptive strike, and it drove everybody crazy because they were like, but we're here to help people. You seem to be there to kill people. And he was like, oh no, I'm not a crook or whatever.
2 days later,
but this is what they really, really want.
Drafted were particularly...
Sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Active in demonstrations. Richard Nixon authorized a preemptive strike for troops to cross from South Vietnam.
Yeah, this drove them crazy because we were supposed to be there to save the VC, not attack everybody.
Into Cambodia. 2 days
this
later,
was the time of Apocalypse Now, and there was stuff like that going on in the jungle. It's fucking fucked up.
He made a televised speech justifying these actions.
And this drove everybody crazy, so they just threw protests all over the country.
This triggered a new wave of anti-war demonstrations. On May 1st...
Now remember, a bunch of these people protesting are ex-soldiers, you know, who were straight out of Vietnam because they were drafted and they came back with missing legs and shit like this. Remember Lieutenant Dan? We're talking about Lieutenant Dan here. Lieutenant Dan came back and protested. Lieutenant Dan is the sort of people you see at protests, not fucking jackbooted thugs. That's the pigs, you know. They're not terrorists or anything like that. Lieutenant Dan, you're far more likely to see Lieutenant fucking Dan from Forrest Gump than at a Bellingham No Kings protest than you are some kind of weird jackboot thugged out fucking leftist super terrorist or something or whatever they want to call it, like a super protester. That's not the case. You're far more likely to meet goddamn Lieutenant Dan. You're far more likely to meet a vet who cares about his Social Security and VA pension and stuff than you are to meet some young 19 angry, you know, like strapped up person who wants to shoot a pig. That just doesn't happen. We don't have that. We don't really have that in this country.
Day after Nixon's announcement.
Nobody wants to shoot a pig in this country. Nobody does it. When's the last time it happened recently, like 3 pigs were killed in this country just like this week. But I mean, like, that's because everybody's going crazy. It's not this common thing. We don't shoot at police in this country very much. That doesn't happen. If we do, it's because they're trying to arrest somebody. It's not because politically we want to kill pigs. It's almost never like that. But that's what Trump's acting like. He's acting like we want to politically kill pigs. I don't want to politically kill pigs. Those are my fucking fellow Americans. Just like Kent State and the hippies and those fucking pigs that shot the hippies. They're all cut from the same cloth. They probably come from the same town. They're the same Americans. It's just Americans killing Americans.
Peaceful rallies were held at Kent State University in Kent, Ohio.
This was like the biggest debacle in fucking American history, short of slavery or JFK. It really was. It was like the 3rd biggest debacle in American history. Kent State was fucking fucked up. Of course, it falls more near and dear to me because I'm on the leftist. I'm on the left side that's more likely to be there for the peaceful protests. You know, and you're smoking a joint. I know what was happening. It's Kent State. You're there smoking a joint with your pretty hippie girlfriend or something, and you see some girl dance up to some pigs and try to put a daffodil in a fucking shotgun, and they just open fire, right? They just open fire. They fucking kill her.
Later that night, drunken revelers in downtown.
Then when everyone's rioting, everybody's terrified, including the pigs. Everybody gets terrified. They're like, oh no, this is going to get out of hand and they're going to burn a bunch of buildings and steal everything. And it's terrifying for both sides. It is. It's terrifying for the pigs and it's terrifying for the fucking protesters. But the problem is, if you didn't go to fucking Vietnam promising to help them, but then engage in surprise attacks on them then we wouldn't do stuff like this. If you didn't do Battle of Los Angeles, like the Rage Against the Machine album, against the poor Mexicans in Los Angeles this fucking summer, we wouldn't have had the No Kings protest, but we did, because you suck dick, fascist. You try to control everything and everyone. You built America on this fucking freedom and pursuit of happiness ethos. But you want to tell us what the fuck to do all the time with our bodies, our souls, and our minds. And our money. It is fucking shitty. It's just another fascist, you know?
Began pushing over garbage cans, lighting fires, and breaking store windows.
Yeah, and that shit gets scary. That gets scary to police. They're like, if this gets out of hand, this city could burn. So they start doing things. They start pulling triggers. They start throwing smoke grenades and forming huge lines and shoving you out of the downtown center, or like, you know, the commons or whatever.
Going back to campus, and the whole
See, a bunch of them have smoke grenades. See, that's a smoke grenade pellet launcher. That's a smoke pellet launcher. That's a smoke pellet launcher. A bunch of these are bayonets and muskets and stuff. They're rubber bullets most of the time, but not always.
Over by 2:30.
They can't show up not strapped, because if violence does occur, they have to be ready. So they show up and they give muskets to guards and stuff like this, but they lock the guns up unless they need them.
Today, as students cleaned up the damage downtown, Kent Mayor Leroy Satrum declared a civil emergency and called in the Ohio National Guard, worried that violence would erupt again. That evening, 1,000 demonstrators gathered near the campus ROTC building, and several set it aflame.
Notice she says ROTC because a bunch of them had been drafted. This is, if you can't figure out why, if you think they're just leftist hippies that want to smoke their pot and be fucking butt fuckers or something, I know how right wingers think. No, what this really was about is the fucking pigs and the fucking government told them they had to go to war at the age of 18. They were fucking furious from the age of 18 to 24 or something. They were like, you have to go overseas to kill some people you've never met before to save them. And when you get there, you're probably going to become a heroin junkie. And if not, you're definitely going to have PTSD, and you're probably going to see some shit. You're definitely going to smell some napalm in the fucking morning or whatever. And some people like to glorify this like it's a good thing, but it's not. It's a bunch of fucking pigs murdering people overseas. It's fucking shitty. The government wanted it, but nobody else did. And so the army got fucked up by this. And that's what's so bad about this is when the pigs come down to the commons or the center of the downtown or whatever, a whole bunch of vets and stuff make their stand against them, because they're like, this is not why we fought for this country. And that's other stuff that you'll see at protests too. They're like, that's not what we fought in this country, right? And so some of these vets that are standing around, they don't have limbs and shit because they're fresh out of Vietnam and they're home on leave because they can't fight anymore. That's how bad it was. Remember Lieutenant Dan? He lost his legs.
By May 3rd.
So Lieutenant Dan was fucking furious with them because they don't give a shit if you lose your legs. They don't give a shit who you are. They don't give a shit if you say no, they'll send you to war. They almost did that to me when I was like, I don't know, when I was like 18. Yeah, when I was 18, 9/11 happened, and and they were like, for 2 years, they're like, there's gonna be a draft. There's gonna be a draft. Kiss your girlfriend, have your babies, get used to it. There's gonna be a draft. We're gonna be in Afghanistan for a long time. They warned us about this from 2001 until 2003. They were like, you're going to go to war. It doesn't matter if you just lost your virginity, or, I can relate because I went through the same goddamn thing my parents did. It's so fucking stupid, except they didn't draft us. They knew. We were, at that point, we were almost militant. We were not militant leftists, but I mean, if they had tried to draft us for 9/11, when we believed that George Bush had committed 9/11, Cheney had committed 9/11, everybody I knew, even my parents, believed that Cheney committed 9/11. Everybody I know believes it. And it's fucking insane. Or they believe it's something that they don't understand. One of those two things. So it was fucking weird. And so my parents were like, live your life now, because, they're going to draft you like they did in the 70s. You're going to have to go fight some weird people someplace you've never met before for something that you don't believe in. And that's what they led us to believe for 2 years right after 9/11. It was insane. And at that point, I would have shot the pigs. I would have shot the pigs who came for me because I was not going to fight that fucking war. I was like, nope, conscientious objector. I'll go to Canada. I'll hide in the Colorado mountains. And I'll live off fish that I catch in the fucking river if I have to. And I'll live up there for years and years and years. And they'll have to come fucking find me and drag my ass down out of there and force me to go to prison because I won't go fight their fucking war. They killed 3,000 of their own troops with 9/11. That had nothing to do with Afghanistan, and there's nothing you could ever say to make me think different. That had nothing to do with Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda. It was entirely Americans attacking Americans. And I'm sorry, but I would not go fight that war. And they saw it. They saw it in our eyes. You could see it in our eyes. We were yelling about it. We would show up at high school and shit like this, and we would throw like homeroom meetings with like 70 to 100 people, like a town hall and shit. And we would tell the teachers and the fucking parents and shit like this, we're not going to this unjust war. We're not doing it. You guys did it in Vietnam. Look how well that went. I used to say things like this, like, look how well Vietnam went. If you think I'm doing Vietnam, you're fucking stupid. I'll shoot the pigs who come for me. I used to say shit like this. I'll shoot the pigs who come for me. Before I'll go to jail in some foreign country or something like that. Before I'll fight your unjust war because you had to kill 3,000 of your own troops. And I said this when I was 17. You know what I'm saying? I really meant it too. And I still believe it too. So Kent State was about that. I had that same rage back then. I was like, I will not be drafted by these pigs and sent to kill somebody I don't have a quarrel with over something that I don't understand or believe in for some fucking money reason, some poppies or some oil or some shit. No, I'll fucking shoot the fucking pig bastards who show up first. Now there's some Antifa talk for you if Antifa existed. Sorry, Kitty, I didn't mean to bump you. I don't mean to keep bumping you. Are you okay? You're sitting where my elbow is. I'm so sorry. I love you. I didn't mean to bump you. I love you. So yeah, so there we go. So yeah, and that's all I have to say about this. And so Kent State pisses me off, just like Ferguson pissed me off, and Vietnam pisses me off because they just tell you what to do all the time. They tell you to go to war. They don't ask you. They tell you to pay taxes. They don't ask you. They fuck you after the fact. They'll do stuff like they'll fuck you out of your you'll work the entire year, and the only thing you look forward to is your tax return because you know it's the only money you're ever gonna get. And they'll take that money because you got a student loan 14 years before. Shit like that. That just makes you hate them. Shit like that, Or they'll try to put you in a 6-month jury or something like that. Or they tried to do that to me once. They knew that I was a video game player that just played video games professionally, so they tried to make me sit on a 6-month jury one time. So I used the fucking excuse that I'm an anarchist and I don't believe in putting this guy in the system. I wouldn't put my worst enemy in this system, which is something that I believe is true. I believe that, and I do believe that to be true. I wouldn't put my worst enemy in this system, and I didn't. I didn't choicefully do that. I did not press charges. They did that.
Guardsmen occupied the Kent State.
And so, one of the reasons I'm probably still alive is the man that was trying to kill me. I didn't press charges on him. They did that. He was on the 911 phone call. They wanted to prosecute him because it thumbs the nose at police if you just try to threaten and or try to murder somebody while they were on the phone with 911. So yeah, they just prosecuted him. They told me that I didn't even have to show.
Campus. The governor
They were
of
like,
Ohio-
no, you have a restraining order against him, and he is crazy, and no, you don't have to do anything with this. We have him dead to rights, and they fucked him. They fucked him for something like 2 to 5 years.
Even helicopter
He might still be in there. I don't know.
to the school.
I don't know, and I don't care. I don't care. I didn't do anything to him. I still haven't done anything to him. The only thing I did was call 911. It's not my fault he tried to kill me with a circular saw while I was on the phone. It's not my fault.
Press conference promised.
So I still have no guilt. No, I don't give a fuck if he sat in jail for 5 years. Still no guilt because I never did do anything to that crazy psycho. Like the stream sniper, I've never done anything to him either. I've never done anything to these fucking people or the other fucking people that stalked me or fucking doxed me or threatened me or swatted me. I haven't done anything to these fucking people. They're Delulu. They're like these weird Delulus who think that because I'm defiant or I don't care for their fucking president or whatever, or I don't care for their politics or or I don't care for them or whatever, that I should be abused or bullied or something like that. Nah, fuck you. You're just as bad as the fucking pigs. I don't deserve to be thrown in jail for drugs. I shouldn't have had to have gone to a war over Afghanistan, and I don't know why they made you go to fucking Vietnam. I really wish they didn't do that. I wish they didn't make us go to Vietnam. It was fucking terrible. It tore our goddamn country apart. Right-wing morons with their finger on the goddamn trigger trying to push us into war once again. Morons like Nixon.
Enforcement against
fucking morons. Violent morons who want to fucking get us in forever wars all the time. Chasing their Antifa ghost. Totally fucking brain dead.
Frustrated students waited to meet with officials that night, but
it's easy to be progressive in this country. You would think it's this crazy battle to renounce the Republicans and the Democrats, but you'd be surprised how easy it is when you just look at it from the right direction. You're like, oh well, why was I ever friends with these people in the first place? You know, when you look at Joe asleep at the switch and Donald Trump chasing Antifa or I don't know, or even Charlie Murder's killing or whatever, right? You begin to realize that no, I can't believe I was ever friends with these terrible bad actors in the first fucking place, both sides. It's incredibly easy to be socially Democrat, progressive in this country now, where you're like, as long as you don't tell me what to do, I won't fucking actively suborn perjury to destroy you or some shit. I don't care what it is. Like, don't fuck with me and I won't fuck with you or whatever. It's insane.
Officials didn't show up, so the students blocked traffic in protest. Some grew violent and were met with bayonets and tear gas. On May 4th, the governor banned demonstrations completely.
Which is against the law. You can't do that. We've got a right in this fucking country to assemble. It's in the fucking Bill of Rights. It's insane to say that we can't. I'll fucking fight you. You are a pig, fucker, if you say that I can't. I can assemble at Kent State if I want, legally, if I fucking want. My taxes pay for the roads. I can walk on down there on the roads and my taxes pay for. And sit there with my peeps and do whatever the fuck I want for as long as I want, because freedom and pursuit of happiness never died. You just want it to.
Distributing 12,000.
You can cap Charlie fucking Kirk or whatever his fucking name is. It was Charlie Kirk or whatever. Yeah, you can cap Charlie Kirk. Nobody stopped the guy. He went and did it. He capped Charlie Kirk. You can do anything in this country that you want to do. Should you? Probably not. But I mean, but you do have the everybody seems to think that all of this has died, but no, you do have freedom and the pursuit of happiness in America, unless you are presently incarcerated and there's like pigs who are actively blocking you from doing it. You can kill or do or rape or whatever the fuck you want to do. It is the land of the free. It's insane. Nobody's stopping you until they call 911 and some pigs show up and try to stop you. It is actually the land of the free. And so we can do what we want. We can smoke our jugs if we want to. We can have our butt sex and our gay marriage if we want to. The only reason that we ever stopped doing any of that stuff is because you told us we couldn't. You're stupid. You're a piece of shit fascist who tells us what to do all the time. Can't you just be cool and be like, wow, it's a lot nicer when you like me, right? Yeah, I don't like the right wing and I never will until they stop telling us what to do all the time. Wouldn't you get more flies with honey, right wing? Couldn't you just maybe not boss us around so much all the time with your pigs and your prison industrial complex and your forever wars and your ICE raids and shit? Couldn't you just not do that shit so I could like you and we can move on?
Leaflets prohibiting protest.
Why can't we be friends? 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 I love this song. I'm going to sing it. I'm going to sing it even though I'm a bad singer and my voice is hoarse because I talk for 14 hours a day. I don't care. I'm going to sing War from the 70s because I've been talking about Kent State. It's only right. What did you think they wrote this song about? It's probably about Kent State, really. They probably wrote this song about Kent State, frankly. So anyways, I've seen you around for a long, long time. I remembered you when you drank my wine, but now we can't be friends anymore, right? I've seen you walking down in Chinatown. I called you, but you could not look around. Why can't we be friends, right? This is about the right and the left not being friends anymore because of the 70s, right? I paid my money to the welfare line. I see you standing in it every time. Why can't we be friends? The color of your skin don't matter to me, ow, as long as we can live in harmony. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I'd kind of like to be the president so I can show you how your money's spent. But see, Doge didn't do that. Doge bought the election with $500 million worth of crooked-ass Bitcoin, right? Well, you were supposed to show us where the money was being spent. You instead just bought the election. So anyways, sometimes I don't speak right, but yeah, but yet I know what I'm talking about. I know you're working for the CIA. They wouldn't have you in the mafia, you know?
Tests. But the students either didn't get the message or they didn't care. By noon, nearly 3,000 students had
We don't care. We don't care to stop. We won't stop because we're there with no guns, unlike you, doing nothing but standing there. So no, nobody will fucking leave. This is the land of the fucking free. We can stand there if we fucking want to. You piece of shit pig efforts. I don't care what you say. It's not American. It's not constitutional. It is fascism. We can do whatever we want to do. There's laws to tell us what we can and we can't do. But I mean, we can do whatever we want to do. If we want to stand around 5,000, 500,000 strong in the town square, in Times Square, we will absolutely do so. Consult Kai Cenat giving away PS5s if you don't believe me. We will shove 200,000 people into a space. We can do so, and we can do so legally. I don't know why they gave us permission to do this so freely, but they gave us permission hundreds of years ago, and you can't take it away from us, or we'll stomp you to goddamn death.
500 protesting.
Quite literally, we will stomp you to death. We'll just trample you. That's what the power of 1,000. Now, who do you think is going to win here? Is it the 8 pigs shooting the 20 or 30 people or so at the front of the line like the Civil War? No, it's the 1,000 people who descend on them, tear them from limb to limb, remove the weapons from them and their pig armor and their pig fascist fucking gas masks, and tear them asunder. And then who do you think actually has the power here? Is it the 10 Alliance or the 5,000 Horde? I don't know if you've ever lived on BlackRock before with a ratio of 1 to 400 fucking Horde. Like it was 1 Alliance to 400 Horde. There was 33,000 of them and 178 of us. And I'm a proud BlackRock Alliance. And I've seen what it's like to have odds like this, and I don't recommend it. You get your fucking ass stomped every time 5 Hordes show up. 5,000 Hordes show up, and they raffle stomp you before you can fire a shot. Before you can even fire the shot, they show up and they strip you and fuck you. That's what the Horde does. That's who they are. You don't want to fuck with them. We have the legal, God-given right to assemble in this country. And you've been trying to take it away for a long fucking time. Fucking fuck you guys. Yeah, it's scary that we do this. But it's scary that you tell us what to do all the time. That is the fallback. That is the pushback. It's protest. We protest when you treat us shit like shit. We protest it because, motherfucker, we pay your taxes. We pay your salary.
1,000 cheering.
You're not allowed to tell us that Antifa is a terrorist. We tell you what to do. Like, put the democracy in the bag, bitch. Don't tell me about Antifa, you fucking Delulu crazy fuck.
And 1,500 watching. That's when 100 guardsmen confronted the protesters
and shot them all.
M1 rifles.
M1 rifles against peaceful protesters.
Is still clouded in confusion.
Who shot first? Why? They know that some girl danced up to the dude and approached him, and that set it off.
General commanding the guard ordered the crowd to...
Somebody ordered a fire command, which you just don't do against unarmed civilians who come from the same country as you. So we really do fucking hate the fucking pig fuckers. We really hate them, you understand? If you stand with the blue meanies, you can go fucking suck on my yellow submarine, you fucking shithead fascists.
Spurs from a Jeep, but was
yeah, we really do hate your FBIs and your CIAs and your Proud Boys. We really don't like you.
Chance and rock throwing.
And it sucks when we show up at 300,000 strong to your 200 pigs or 500 pigs, something. Yeah, it sucks when we do this, but I mean, we were given this right to do this, and we do exercise this all the time because you get out of hand.
Guard retaliated with tear
You
gas.
did it this summer when you tried to do the Battle of Los Angeles. Like Rage Against the Machine never wrote the fucking album Battle for Los Angeles. If you had a goddamn clue, Donald Trump, you would have known not to do that. But you don't even have enough clue to listen to a Rage album. You're that goddamn dumb.
In advance
I could have told you how well that was gonna go. You're fucking stupid. You're so stupid. Like Zach warned you 20 years ago. You're fucking stupid.
using bayonets on
We are calm like a bomb, bitch. We will show up in that freeway overpass, and we will exercise our right to fucking assemble if we want to. Because yeah, it's freedom in the pursuit of happiness, bitch. You know, I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know I can't sing at all. Sorry.
on their rifles to push
I'm on the pursuit of happiness, and I know everything that shines ain't always gonna be okay. I'll be fine if I get it. And we did. We got the freedom in the pursuit of happiness. And to me, freedom in the pursuit of happiness means not hating fascists all the time or you telling me what to do. I want to love the other side. You would be surprised how much my peaceful, leftist, liberal heart wants to bleed little Care Bear hearts for the fucking other side. I'm progressive. I actually think that they have a right to live. I'm not sure Dems believe that anymore. But I am progressive, and I do believe that the other side has a right to live. It's kind of progressive, frankly. And yeah, and so I want to see this through, and I don't want you shooting me in Kent State or No Kings protests. I really don't.
and it worked. The crowd dispersed.
Pig.
But then, as witnesses say, 28 of the guardsmen who had retreated up a hill fired between 61 and 67 shots. Some in the
67
air,
shots at fellow
and some
Americans.
directly at the
Traitors.
protesters. 4 students were killed.
Traitors.
Victims Jeffrey Glenn Miller and Allison B. Krause were protesting, and William Knox Schroeder and Sandra Lee Scheuer were just bystanders. All were between 19 and 20 years old, and they were students in good standing. 9 other students were also injured. Troops claimed that they opened fire after being shot at by a sniper, but spectators heatedly denied that there were any gunshots before the guard opened fire. After the incident, Newsweek published an article with a famous photo of a 14-year-old runaway kneeling over one of the students who had been shot and killed. This photo would become a symbol of the climate of America during the Vietnam War and the violence and chaos brought on by the war itself. People became more angered and vocal about the Vietnam War than ever before. Militant activism broke out across college campuses all over the country. On May 9th, 100,000 protesters demonstrated in front of the White House. But less than a week after the demonstration, a shooting occurred on a
when they shot us at Kent State, every leftist that was more kind of the socialist, communist leftist, almost all the communist leftists, and I don't know why we call them leftists, because they're not really. They believe in violence and stuff. They strapped up. You know, they don't just believe in the I Ching banner. They also believe in strapping up. I don't believe in that. And a bunch of the hippies on the left didn't believe that in the 70s either. A bunch of us really didn't believe it. To us, flower power meant no violence, you know.
At Jackson State University in Mississippi.
So this was unacceptable. But the day Kent State happened, pretty much the whole country on the left side, we're like, oh God, the pigs are coming to kill us. They did kill us. They're coming to kill us now. Just when we exercise our right to assemble, they're coming to kill us. They blew this girl's head off with a shotgun. It was disgusting. Or whatever, M1. It was an M1.
City and state police opened fire on a group of students, killing 2 and injuring 12.
Yeah, then there was Jackson State, where they just shot a bunch of black people. You think this shit didn't happen? This shit happened. There's a reason we hate these people. Like, honestly, at this point, it might be better if we just split the country, maybe, you know? Because I don't think we're gonna see eye to eye. It's like the same old stupid shit with, like, Israel and Palestine and stuff. They shot us at Kent State. They got us mired up in Vietnam in World War II. They dropped the bomb without our permission. There's these things that we can't forgive them for. They dropped the bomb without the public's permission and set the world stage for 5,000 years or something. It's so terrible. Like, why did you guys do that? It's so shitty. I hate them so much. They threw the Japanese in the internment camps in their own country. They were born here. It was fucking stupid. I had to write a paper about it when I was younger. They fucking, they committed Kent State. They did Vietnam. They let drugs take over on the streets, and they absolutely could have prevented that. But the problem is the poverty is so fucking bad. We know every time that someone's poor, they're gonna do crime. So I mean, like, the poverty is so fucking bad that drugs and crime and poverty go hand in hand in this country. We know what the problem is. If they had good lives and respectful families and a good place to live, and they weren't scrabbling with cockroaches in the walls and stuff like this, and places like Baltimore and stuff, we would not have like the terrible amount of street violence and stuff and gangs that we do have. But the problem is the poverty is rampant. And, if you're poor, you're gonna do crime.
These tragic.
So that's the whole thing. Is like now we don't even worry about the monetization of the rest of the country. Me bitching about my job being illegal is something that I won't let go. I don't care how much my mother doesn't like it. I don't care. My job is illegal. I can't monetize myself, and I'm fucking furious at them about this. It's just another form of social control. And I know I know so many WoW players who have the same exact background with the same exact problem, with the same exact shortcomings, and same exact financial, I would say it's like financial destitution. It's like the government forced financial destitution on me. They didn't force it on me. They just made my life's calling illegal, which is what happens to prostitutes and drug dealers, not video game players. And these pieces of shit have ruined my life. I hate them.
May have spurred anti-war activism.
Like, every time that I want to go buy my mother like a dinner or something, I'm like, oh, well, that would be nice if my job hadn't been illegal,
But the resulting protests.
Like tonight, I ended up cooking ravioli because we didn't want to spend the $60 to go send an Uber driver to go get us burgers or something. Because it's like, we don't do that. We don't go order food in this country. Not lately, not in 5 years or something like that. I really want to order some food in America, but I can't fucking financially justify it because it's so fucking marked up and so crazy, and the middlemen have gone fucking crazy. And it used to be a way of life in this country to dial up on a Friday night, or whatever, Thursday night. It was Thursday night. Dial up on a Thursday night. Just turned Friday, sorry. Dial up on a Thursday night and get a pizza or a fucking Chinese or something like that for less than fucking $60. But now it's $60 because all of the middlemen steal from everybody over everything, from money to rent to oil to gas to food, to farms, to eggs, to everything. They've got their fucking hand in the till. Every time they sell something, they pocket like 80 cents of it or something like this. And we're the ones who suffer from this. They call it trickle-down economics, but it's more like they just steal money. It's fucking stupid. And I don't even know who they is anymore. It's like fiscal conservatives, I think, or it's the rich.
Also provoked a counter movement from conservatives.
I don't even know who I'm fighting anymore. Like them, they want to go after. I have the same issue. It's just as laughably dumb. They don't know how to fight Antifa, which doesn't exist because it's just, a bunch of people who are disgruntled, right? But the same applies for us. We don't know how to fight the right wing. It's just a bunch of people who are disgruntled. You get what I'm saying?
And a surge in patriotism. Some argue that this reaction.
I shared my very meager dinner with somebody, and now I've got to eat something else. I guess I'll have ice cream because I don't want to cook again, but I didn't really want to have ice cream for dinner, but here we go. I know what I'm going to have. Never mind, I have this. I already had a brownie. Pop this thing. Simple dimple. Simple dimple. Papa squish. Papa squish. I will have palak paneer. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Palak paneer takes 3 minutes and then pull the lid. Usually I'm more drunk by now.
From those who disagreed with the protesters.
So yeah, we call this the silent majority, is what you actually call it. You guys are calling it Antifa, but it is just the silent majority. It's the same thing on the right side. If I were to go and hold the right wing for task for 9/11, Afghanistan, COVID, and Mexican racism, I wouldn't know who to throw in jail, shoot, or imprison, or prosecute, right? Or sue, because it's a silent majority. It was like half the country agreed to those things happening. So you can go and yell about how, Antifa is terrorists. But I mean, all we really are is the silent majority. That's it. There's no organization. There's no leader to kill or assassinate or shoot. There's no battle to be had here. We are the silent majority, same as the right wing, and there's no win to be had here, short of civil war or whatever. Somebody winning a civil war.
Often called the silent majority, handed Nixon.
What do you think happens when a bunch of violent, crazy right-wingers just start violently taking over a country? Do you think the left fights them? I think a small cell of people fight them revolutionary style in the palace and stuff like this. But no, I don't think most times when a whole bunch of armed thugs take over a city or a country, I don't really think anybody really fights them, It's sort of unfortunate, but that seems to sort of be the indication, is that when somebody gets trifling and wants to take over a country, nobody's organized enough to actually stop it most times.
In the presidency in 1972.
I'm certainly not going to shoot any right-wingers. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to harm anybody, especially not Americans, no. I'm certainly not going to fight any Americans in a civil war, no. I'm too old for one thing, but another reason is that they're my fellow Americans. To me, that's like treason. So yeah, there's that whole conscientious objector thing again. I will not fight my own country in civil war. It's not happening. We may as well just sort of agree to disagree at this point.
State incident changed America, illuminating a great divide not only over the Vietnam War, but also Americans' understanding of patriotism, a debate that continues to this day.
I think we could split into two countries and call it the Democracy of America and the Republic of America. And are you dealing with the Dems or the Reps? Because that's about what it is. Give them the South. They love the South, don't they? I don't know. Give them New York. Give them New York all the way down to Baton Rouge. Or no, to Austin. Give them New York to Austin. I want Seattle to Chicago. Yeah, that's about right. Like the northeast would be New York, northwest would be Seattle. In the center is Denver. I want everything west of Denver. You guys take everything east of Denver. We don't ever shoot at each other. We just talk to each other. And you guys can go worship your Christian fascists. And we can go have our butt sex and our heroin. And never the two shall meet. What's wrong with that? I'm just kidding. I hope that America remains united, because we are the United States of America. It is what made us great. If we fall apart, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose it all. Oh, kitty, I love you. Been playing a lot of Once Human, but I like that I can just tab back in and play Once Human without getting disconnected on GeForce Now. It's actually very nice. Maybe I don't need GeForce Now anymore, and I should just save the money. Because if I can have a main game, I don't know. I like not having all the games installed. That is actually really nice. I have 18 ciphers. I want electric drills, which I have But I need storage battery, which is something else that you have to buy in a different chart. Storage battery. I don't see it. Storage battery. Stoves, dishes, planting, compost bins, water storage, water filters, water pump, electrical kit. Does that have the whole storage battery thing? Yes, it does. So there's one of the mimetics that I do need to buy. And maybe power upgrade too, even though it's 7, which gives you small biomass generator, which I can't afford right now, but I could probably work up the stuff to make. Which burns biological tissue to generate electricity. Hello, kitty. I love you. Purr, purr, purr. I'm going to eat my dinner soon, which is going to interrupt what you're planning here, which is a love attack. I know you're planning to love attack me right now, and I love the affection. I really like you. But I'm about to eat dinner. It's going to interrupt what you're planning. I'm telling you right now. Vehicle garage. Modification 1. Ooh, that's sort of expensive. Let's do no, I need expansion of the thing that I need most right now is expansion of the deviant containers. No, wait, stop. You haven't made any in-game actions for a long time. Okay. Do not log me. So there's Kent State. We're going to go back to what we were talking about.
No, saying she's not sure what is honorable about Kirk's past statements. Right, and that is, she's not the only Democrat potentially in the center of a controversy right now. Right, just yesterday, Representative Ilhan Omar narrowly escaped being censured by the House when she said after Kirk's death,
Charlie was someone who once...
No, we watched this, so I'm going to move on. Oh, purring kitty. Horror RPGs did deserve better. They could have been so good. New never knows best. I'm going to go to bed soon, but not yet. Is Far Cry 2 a good game? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Jump Space by Obsidian Ant.
I think at this point we all know the drill. A brand new space game
Okay,
announced.
kitty, I gotta stand up. I'm
the
sorry.
Stars. The ability to do everything, the ability to go everywhere. Others, meanwhile, promise an endless list of dream features. Some deliver on that, others just, they tease it as a distant dream. But then you get something like Jump Space, formerly known as Jump Ship. And it kind of shakes things up in a way that's kind of got me thinking that just might redefine what we expect from these cooperative adventures. And look, this one's been quite a while in the making. It's been through a few name changes as well. Finally,
Palak Paneer.
Space, and I actually think this one's going to be a really good game. It's set for launch on the 19th of September into early access, and it's quite possibly one of the most wishlist space games ever. Over 1 million wishlists for people currently interested in this, so very, very likely there's going to be a huge number of players for this. Yeah, that's fortunate because this is a co-op PvE shooter. So if I wanted to give you a very brief overview of what the game is up front, just in a couple of sentences, think of a mashup between a Sea of Thieves crewing the ship's chaos and Left 4 Dead's border battling attention. There's a kind of a mix there, and there's also a dash of FTL in here as well. And I have seen a few people compare it to a Void Crew, although I think this is quite a different game in many regards. So you're here as the crew of a spaceship in a hostile universe, and you transition seamlessly from manning turrets and piloting through asteroid fields and leap into Winter Zero G spacewalks, storming enemy vessels on foot, or even running around your own ship and putting out fires. There's no loading screens between all of this to break the flow. It's just pure action that encourages real communication without actually forcing anything down your throat.
It's co-op. I don't think I'm interested in this game.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the In Good Faith podcast, where I think every week I'm talking to the most important and influential people in the world. And this week I spoke to Mr.
Mr.
Beat. Wait,
Beats.
Mr. Beat, he's a former social studies teacher turned history YouTuber and now a fellow at the Robert J. Dole Institute of Politics at the University of Kansas. And he's also written books such as The Power of Our Supreme Court. And today, we talked about it a lot. I was trying to pick this man's brain, talking about is there a way forward for America without a civil war and what that way forward looks like. Also, we talked about the resurrection of John Brown as a folk hero for some and what that says about American state of mind, and how the violence of the 70s, when there was over 2,500 bombings in an 18-month period, stacks up to today's violence. And, there was a lot that was grim and there was